Good morning. Ooh. What a lovely song, eh? Do you like guys? Do you guys like the Christmas music? I hope you do. Even if you said you didn't, it's not gonna go away. So I suppose why ask? Good morning, lads. Good morning. Morning. Good morning. Blood. Good morning, Chad. Mr. West. Drunk.
I'm sure I'll have something witty by next month.
Drunk, thank you very much. Thank you very much for 17 months. You can now drive legally in the UK. 17-month-olds can drive in the UK. Good morning, good morning. Oh, there we go. Yeah, it's got like bells in the background. Bells in the morning. Morning, Leather. Good morning, Bismuth. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, good morning. I don't want to miss any of you, but good morning. The music, Christmas music has its place. I guess it's lucky that I can't play copywritten Christmas music, or else you'd be hearing like Michael Bublé on repeat all this month. Yeah, I nearly wore the wrong outfit today, Fourth. I nearly wore my Shrek outfit. Not like I'm not dressing up as Shrek tomorrow. Just to be really clear. But I thought I'd wear green, you know, like Shrek green. I nearly made a fool of myself. Wouldn't trust me to drive. Can you drive, Drunk? Can you not drive? Hey, Duck. Good morning. Thank you very much, Blood. Thank you very much. Oh, how are we doing? Are we looking forward to some Sherlock Holmes? I'm looking forward to it because so this game cost $2 million to make and only sold. Let me give you some background on this game. Sorry, hang on. I got some dinner, lunch. Got some dinner stuck in my fucking cheek. I had to dig out. Realistically, I probably should have done it without the sound effects if I wasn't going to show my face doing it. Never mind. Yeah, this game cost $2 million to make. It is a set of 3 games, not just the single one. And it only sold 360,000 copies, which I would guess probably didn't make them back the 2 million. I guess we could calculate it. Let me get the calculator up. So if it costs 2 million, which is 2, then 1, then 2, that's 2 million divided by 36, 360,000. Oh, they probably did make their money back. You know what? They probably did. They would only have to have sold it for $5 a copy. Yeah, they did make their money back. No, it's not the jump scare Watson game. Thank God it's not, no. Oh my God.
OMG. 2 years //.
Purple, thank you very much. Thank you. 2 years. Wow. Thank you, Herbal. You must have, what were we playing 2 years ago? It must have been Christmas, not last year, which was Ocarina. I don't know what we played 2 years ago for Christmas. Do you remember, Herbal? Too much energy drink drops into my water. Oh, yeah. It does look pretty janky. The 3 other games in the series that were... Oh! That you can't get on Steam. You have to watch them on YouTube. Can you get original copies of them, Rooks? Or also non-legal copies, I guess. Hey, Haley. Oh, yeah, will do. I'm actually super excited for this game. Where's my ball? It's actually one of the games I'm maybe most excited for this Christmas, and I know that sounds silly considering, you know, it's probably one of the smaller titles we're playing. Come on. Come on, Paul. Give me a... Yeah, definitely. Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. I had fun with the first 3 on Steam. Can't say I was so enamored, but yeah. That I looked for a way to find the next 3. It was worth watching on YouTube. I'll keep it in mind as well, because maybe we will, maybe I'll try and find a way. We'll see how I like it. We'll see if I find a way. I thought you guys maybe would like to hear some of the professional reviews brought out in 1994 of this game, to set us up nicely, you know, so we kind of know what we're going into. So, Dragon gave the TurboGrafx CD version of Sherlock Holmes 5 out of 5 stars. All right, lads? So this is the peak of gaming. This is the perfect game. Gaming does not get better than this. 5 out of 5 stars. Computer Gaming World favorably described the game's video production values as low-end television production quality, equal to an average public television production. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I do like an average public television production. The magazine recommended the game with qualifications, calling it a groundbreaking product with whiz-bang technology that demonstrates the full potential of multimedia, but with the limited play life due to lack of replayability. In a review for Wizard, Glenn Rubenstein listed the use of live actors and the absence of slowdown in the Sega CD version as strong points, but remarked the interactivity level is lacking, and that the Sega CD version offered nothing new to those who had played any of the game's previous versions. He gave it a B. Still pretty good. I've had a few Bs in my life, and I was pretty happy with those. So, in a retrospective review, Jonathan Sutyak of All Game gave the Sega CD version a score of 2.5 out of 5 stars. Oh! Praising the actors and the dialogue being clear and well acted. Okay. Although commenting that there is a large amount of FMV and little gameplay, and felt the game does not offer the player enough to do. Ooh!
I give you a B. JK.
I'll take it. I'll take it, Paul. I'll take a B. Paul. I got into university with a B. It's fine. B's are the... B's are sometimes as good as it gets around here, so I'll take it. Oh, thank you very much. B is for Badger. B. Wait, you get it. You get it. Yeah. A is for average. Paul, very much for 38 months. Thank you. I did also. Did I get an A? No, I didn't. No, I got triple B's at college. Yeah. To be honest, my parents were just happy it wasn't a U. After the years previous, they were just happy it wasn't a U. Okay, dialogue being clear and well acted. Not much gameplay. Felt the game does not offer the player enough to do. He concluded the review writing, "Unfortunately, even if you like solving cases, Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective will probably bore you." So we have an exciting stream ahead. Oh my gosh, hi sweetheart. Sorry, no, I didn't see you. Oh, did mommy bump you? Yeah, I didn't see you. I'm sorry. Yeah, ungraded. Yeah, the U is for ungraded. Smudgy. Yeah. Yeah, means it's too shit to even grade. So I was on track to get a D in maths at college, and I did so badly in my mechanics exam. It dropped my grade to a U, which was great. It's great. Oh dear. I don't know if yeah, I did so bad in that mechanics exam. So uni is university, and college is what comes before university. Sixth form. Yeah. And then so it goes like first school, middle school, high school, college / sixth form, university. Yeah. So the funny thing about me getting the like so bad of a grade in mechanics is that I was also doing physics. And the modules that term were the same. They were exactly the same. So the fact that I still managed to fail despite essentially sitting two very similar exams. How long is college? 2 years. Everyone does college before uni. Yeah, no, you can't go straight there. So high school lasts 4 years or 5 years. College then lasts 2 years. So you're at high school from age 11 until age 16. And then you're at college from age 16 to age 18. And then you're at university from age 18 to age 21. But I mean, you can go to university whenever you want. Did you get into university without going to college, just straight out of high school? Not at 18. No, 16. Metaphysics was my white whale kicked my ass. It makes me feel a bit. I like to hear that you guys failed, but it does make me feel a bit better that you guys. Oh, I was 18, left school at 16. Oh, I had a good art portfolio. Oh, that's good. Yeah, you can sometimes do so in regards to college, you can do vocational college as well. That will also get you to university, or you can go to university without, with having like a good portfolio for art. That's really cool though. It's really cool. I would have liked to skip college, but I would have liked to have not done college. Yeah, mechanics was. I mean, like, I shouldn't have really failed. I was getting A's and stuff in my like mock exams. I just bottled it when it came to the actual exam. Like, oh, I felt shit. Because I literally the week before or whatever, I got an A in my mock exam, and I just absolutely bottled it. I dropped out of college because I couldn't pass that course. Went back to, oh yeah, the requirements changed. They handed me to the diploma, technical victory. So technically, you did pass metaphysics. Technically. Oh, you did. You failed mechanics my first time. Oh, mainly because my teacher left without giving notice. See, I don't have that good excuse, Greg. I don't have that great. I'm pretty sure I had a panic attack in my exam. I remember crying over my physics exam. Oh my god, I can laugh about it now. Yeah. Oh my god, awful. You crushed that class so hard you didn't even have to take the exam. They just looked at you and they were like, "Yeah, you pass." I'm a designer and a game dev artist. Oh, nice. Started off in game dev. Okay, would that be graphic design, GD? Yeah, graphic design, wouldn't it? Yeah. So I joined the Navy instead, I did actually think about joining the Navy. I know, you're not going to look at me and go, hey, Brad, yeah, that's where you saw your life going, right? I did think, I thought about it. I thought about it. I had all of the, I had the pamphlets and everything. And whenever they would do like a careers fair, I'd always go to the Navy bit. Yeah, you could have actually had Admiral Badgertail. You could have, I'm glad I didn't, because my health wouldn't have. Now looking at it, would have been absolutely awful. I would have been awful. Yeah. Seen him in Mr. West. AI Brax, good morning. Good morning. In the US, you have elementary school for kindergarten until 4th or 5th grade, then junior high from middle school to the 5th or 6th. What are the 8th grades? Like, what is the age? What is the age range of your grades? Yeah. Oh, yeah. I briefly thought about joining the army, but the recruiter yelled at me when I asked about stuff like wages. But what if war? Oh, dear. I didn't... Yeah. My dad really didn't want me to join the army. So graders are a year in our system, but what's the, like... So 12th grade at 18. So the age difference is about 6 years, right? Oh, so I have a problem with exam situations? Yeah. It's awful. They're awful. I loved coursework. Fucking gobbled up coursework. Don't take that out of context. You loved it. Gave me something to do when, you know, I was alone. Playing swing pool by myself. Coursework, you know? To Black Man, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in. Thank you very much. Welcome in. Happy Wednesday. Tuesday? Tuesday. Oh, I was so I went into college doing the courses that I needed to do to become an engineer. An engineer. I then failed all of my like engineer and, you know, everything and anything that I needed to do to become an engineer. So I ended up doing like English literature as well. Which is quite, you know, quite a left turn, right? Quite a left turn. Right, Corking Tuesday. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Right, talking about corking. Do you wanna play some Sherlock Holmes, lads? You wanna play some Sherlock Holmes? Yeah. Yeah. Good. Shake on it. No. Okay. Don't worry. Let's go. Let's check it works as well. Fuck it, I hope it works. Okay. Put that over there. Put you guys over there. Yeah, let's have a cork in time. That would have been a better transition. So we're going to play the Case of the Mystified Murderess first, because it is the first it's the first chronologically. So it takes place in July 1888. We should be able to finish all 3 games today. Hopefully. Wow. Oven and breakfast. What if you met? Do you guys think you met? What if you hated each other? What if you met and you were like, oh my god, absolutely. Oh my god, it's so loud! Christ almighty. Sorry, lads. Hang on. Oh my god. There's a lady on screen. Hang on. Let me turn it down. Fucking hell. Jeez. We'll have it a little bit louder just because I think it's going to be a lot of TV. Like, I think this is us. We're going to watch TV essentially together. So I'll keep it a bit louder than I would usually, just so it feels like we're watching TV. Right, let me restart the game so that you guys get to watch the credits. Oh shit, I should have checked that with subtitles turned on. See if there's subtitles turned on. I want to watch the opening credits, but I want to see if they've got subtitles on. It's a very professional operation. Oh dear, oopsies. Turn that on. Okay, let me just check. Yeah, it does have subtitles. Let's load in, lads. Gonna be on screen. And it's gonna be on screen. And it's gonna show on screen. Right? Yeah, cool, good. Good for me. Good for me. That's good. Right. Well, I'll turn the music back on. Well, you can see my mouse. It is showing on the screen. God. This is 1994. Greg, we did check it was working on screen, right? Hey, Bradders. Maybe I have to press play the game, because sometimes these games can be funny with menus. I saw it with my own peepers, did I? I might have been blinking when you were showing me. Okay. I like how I thought reloading it would do anything. You know what? Let's load. Oh, it's going great. Each, you want me to describe it like an audiobook? Right now, I can see Mr. Holmes. He looks like this, with a magnifying glass in his hand, on some wallpaper. Paint us a word picture. It's like charades. Right, let me close that. I'll load up another one, which might reset. Okay, this is like this. Okay. You know, we're going to load up the next game. We'll capture the next game. And then we will... Okay. I'm just gonna turn it off for you guys. I'm doing you all a favor, I promise. Okay. Oh! Aha! Oh! That is the wrong one, though. I don't know why that one popped up automatically. Why did that one pop up automatically? Right, okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Fine. It shouldn't have, though, because this wasn't the game that was being kept. Right. It's fine. Right. So we look at this one. Wonderful. Doesn't it look good? Look, it's Sherlock with the... looking like this on the wallpaper. Okay, now I close this game. Wonderful, great, good. And then we open up the one that we actually want to play. And we pray. Everybody thoughts and prayers, okay? Like and share. For every like, it's one prayer, okay? This one sounds fun. Don't touch anything. I'm just not gonna touch anything. Okay, cool. I want to know what About the Regulars is. Can you hear it? I almost don't want to shout out, Greg. Is it still too loud, or are we okay with this? I wanted to keep it a bit louder than normal, just because I'm going to be watching a lot of TV. I want to watch Lord of the Rings. Is Lord of the Rings a Christmas film, do we think? It's not too loud? Okay. You know what? We'll stick with it and we'll see how it goes once we start playing the game. Holmes' introduction. Do we want to watch the introduction?
London
Why
is
can you not see
a
it?
beautiful city. Under the soot that covers its buildings is a teeming mass of 4 million souls trying to survive, mostly off of each other. You see it in the paper every day. Thankfully, we have the London Times to keep us informed of all these troubling activities with an unbiased eye.
Why can't you see it?
Razor-sharp accuracy.
There's a man.
We find this publication to be of
He looks a
invaluable
little bit like
assistance in our
Prince
investigations,
Charles when he was younger.
and I'm sure you will as well. Among the forces of evil which run rampant in this city, there are also, thankfully, two groups of individuals who will aid us in our cause.
I'll let him talk
As
to
we
us.
do, they attempt to right wrongs and restore harmony and civility to the streets of London. The first of these groups is a ragtag association of young ruffians.
Oh, do you
I
think
call
it's
them
because it's not full
the Baker
screen?
Street Irregulars.
Oh,
Don't let them fool you.
hang on then. Hey. Because you guys can't even see this lighting up. Oh my god. Okay. This is great. This is going great. We're gonna end up playing fucking Shrek, aren't we? We've had this problem before. I don't remember how we fixed it. We definitely have had it. I have a feeling that we fixed this problem simply by closing and opening the game so many times that it just eventually worked. It's what these... Sometimes these retro games are just do be like this.
10 out of 10 game of the year.
Thank you very much. Use display capture over game capture. I don't like using display capture because I keep all my pictures of your mama. Okay, thank you. Yeah, the window capture. Yeah. Have you tried I've also tried full screen. I have.
Go on, show us your desktop. What could go wrong?
Your mom told me I'm not allowed to. She said I wasn't allowed to show those pictures to other people. You quiet. Oh dear. Full screen would have to be in game capture, not window capture. Okay. Have a look then.
It's a lewd picture of Shrek for her desktop background. I'm calling it now.
Okay, game capture works. It's fine. It's not my mum, it's your mum telling me. I've got to be respectful for other people's mums, alright? Oh, it's not too bad actually. So I like to use windowed mode because it means that I can easily click out of a game, because sometimes these old games they break when you click out of them, and it means that I can't like click on stream to do stuff. I'm also having to so you guys you know this, you know, it wasn't working for subs yesterday. We managed to fix it in the fact that I have to add them manually. So I have to click out the screen. Yeah, it's like it's a silly system we have going on. Am I related to Sherlock Holmes? Yeah. He's my dad. He's my dad. I thought I could keep it hidden, but I can't. Yeah. It's just a workaround. Well, yeah, the trees aren't working. My dad. Yeah. He's really hot. Did you say that about your dad? I don't know. I see some people say that their parents are attractive, and I don't know how I really feel about it. I suppose you can like objectively say someone looks attractive. Is this where are we going with this? Right. Right. Yeah. Exactly. That's actually what I told my dad Slash when I had constipation, and it just really caught on. No, he goes to another school. You wouldn't have seen him. You wouldn't see him. So, you're seeing a picture of my dad. Yeah. Right, there you go. See? Prince
London
Charles, eh?
is not a beautiful city.
You see it?
Under the soot that covers its buildings is a teeming mass of 4 million souls trying to survive, mostly off of each other. You see it in the paper every day. Thankfully, we have the London Times to keep us informed of all these troubling activities with an unbiased eye and razor-sharp accuracy.
Looks like
we found
young
this
Prince
publication
Charles.
to be of invaluable assistance in
I
our
think it's the hair.
investigations, and I'm sure you will as well. Among the forces of evil which run rampant in this city There are also, thankfully, two groups of individuals who will aid us in our cause. As we do, they attempt to right wrongs and restore harmony and civility to the
I
streets
want
of
to bully
London.
this man immediately. This man.
The first
Man's
of
gonna
these
be king
groups
one
is a
day.
ragtag association of young
Ian
ruffians.
McKellen.
I call them the Baker Street Irregulars.
I like that you can see him looking
Don't let
down
them fool you.
occasionally to read his script as
They
well.
may be scruffy and ill-bred, but they are on the right side of the law. They can go everywhere, see everything, and overhear everyone. They are my eyes and ears in the streets of London, unquestionably a tremendous asset in our work. They will help us in our investigations if they can. The other group is a far more civilized collection of gentlemen and institutions. I call them the Baker Street Regulars.
I'm a fake
They,
British
too,
person.
will be extremely
Alright.
useful in our work. At the start of any investigation, do keep in mind that it is a capital mistake to theorize before one has data. Unwittingly, one begins to twist facts to suit theories instead of theories to suit facts. The people and places to whom I will now introduce you will help us to collect the facts. May we use them wisely. Come, the game's afoot.
All right, that was good, wasn't it? Do we want to see about the regulars? What is this? Oh my goodness, look!
Mr. Henry Ellis is the foreign news editor for the London Times. He is a great reservoir of information of what's happening on the continent. He also has an interest in crime news. Ellis is always happy to help when he can, but you must be careful of what you tell him, or you might find what you've confided to him in the next day's Times.
Follow. Welcome in.
Head clerk Disraeli O'Brien is your contact in the Office of Records. The Office of Records contains legal records, both criminal and civil, as well as state papers. I think you'll find O'Brien to be a walking, or should I say sitting encyclopedia of the office's affairs. This is a records office housing documents pertaining to births, marriages, deaths, and last wills and testaments.
This is a place in London.
Now here is a person who usually gets in the last word.
I wanna
Langdale Pike is a human reference work on social scandal, especially on the London scene. He contributes bits of gossip to the garbage papers that cater to an inquisitive public.
Thank you very much, Metal Gear. Thank you.
If I can't find something in my own files, I go and examine the overflowing shelves of the great London Library. It is a wealth of information.
It is.
Porky is not a pillar of society, I dare say, but he is a man who has learned from his mistakes and is trying to start a new life. Although he is no longer in prison, he is still behind bars, or shall I say, a bar.
Jolly good one, Holmes.
Yes, Watson. Well, the bar in question is the Raven and Rat Inn. Porky is the proprietor. He has been of great help to us in the past, and I expect he will continue to be in the future. This gentleman is the head chemist at Scotland Yard Criminology Laboratory. It is rumored that Murray lives in the lab. He is eternally bent over one of his tables trying to extract the history of a crime from the physical evidence he's been given.
Okay.
Ah, Scotland Yard.
Look at his wonderful
If
mustache.
the Yard knew how to examine evidence with any skill, there would be no need for our services. Inspector Lestrade is the pick of the
I'll
bad lot.
save best for last.
But it is true they may be a source of valuable information. After all, the professional police have methods for gathering facts that are not open to us. Sir Jasper is the chief medical examiner for St. Bartholomew's Hospital. He is London's greatest forensic pathologist. You can depend on him for all the technical details that can be obtained from any corpse whose cause of death is in question. Edward Hall is a young barrister whom you will find on most days at the Old
Good
Bailey.
morning, Fortune.
He's
Good
a
morning.
cut
Oh, good
above the
afternoon,
other
I suppose.
unimaginative members of his
How are
profession.
you doing today?
Holmes, don't you think you
This
should
button
explain
doing?
to them the difference between
Means
a
that you get to
barrister
show
and a
everyone your
solicitor?
Yes, of course,
flamethrower.
Watson. A solicitor handles the routine legal business of our society. If you do not have to go before
Looks
a
like a
court, you will
solicitor
have
I
no
know as
need
well.
for a barrister. If you must go before a court, then your solicitor would engage the services of a barrister.
Exactly the same. Can I poop? No. Hold it. Man, Marky, good morning. I'm doing good, thank you. I'm doing good. Got a nice coffee. Got a nice detective game. So this should be gameplay. Oh, this is an FMV game. You guys know what an FMV game is. I need to tell you. Begin a new game. Within the sitting room at 21 B. Baker Street, Dr. John Watson recounts the daily news for Holmes as the great detective listens, hoping the Times contains a case worthy of his sleuthing skills.
Society burglar strikes again.
Came out on Sega
Series of
as well.
burglaries. Six
This
over
one
the
is
period
PC.
from June 2nd to June 17th. On July 2nd, the 7th occurred at the home of Sir Sanford Leeds. Cleopatra tiara stolen, it says. As in the other cases, no sign of extensive search by the thief, and only one piece of jewelry involved. Victims elsewhere at the time. Here's a complete list of the particulars, Holmes, if you'd care to read it.
I believe you'll find him in the study.
How do you do, gentlemen? I am Gerald Locke.
Please be seated, Mr. Locke. How can we be of service?
3 days ago, Guy Clarendon was found murdered at Halliday's. It's preposterous, but Miss
That's
Frances Nolan has been
preposterous.
charged and is being detained at the criminal court, Old Bailey.
Frances Nolan. Ah, yes. Sister of Loretta Nolan. Only surviving heirs of Sir Malcolm Nolan, founder of the Aberdeen Navigation Company.
I seem to recall that Sir Malcolm and Lady Nolan were killed when some lunatic threw a bomb into their carriage. It seems to me that later I heard something about it being a case of mistaken identity. Wasn't one of their little offspring in the carriage with them at the time?
Yes, it was Loretta, Frances's sister. She was only 4.
Why did he
Miraculously, she was
smile?
uninjured.
Oh, okay, she was
Mr. Locke,
uninjured.
I've heard that you are a suitor
She
for
was
Miss
only
Frances
4 when
Nolan's
she
hand,
had
are
a
you
bomb
not?
thrown at her.
Yes.
And was it not also true that she was being courted by Guy Clarendon?
She was 4.
Unfortunately, yes.
Courted.
Have you any idea why Frances Nolan was charged with the crime?
Ah, well, she was discovered over the body with a pistol in her hand.
That would do it.
You don't understand.
For now.
Frances is totally incapable of murder, not even of a scoundrel such as Guy Clarendon.
Scoundrel? But he's from such blue blood.
Hey,
Also, if
Galax.
I'm not mistaken, he's an accomplished batsman for the West London
No,
Cricketers.
this has gameplay in it.
A ranked fencer in international competition.
He was also a bit of a bounder, Watson.
What an understatement. Guy Clarendon was excessively fond of cards and strong drink. His father had all but disinherited him. I tried to tell Frances that Clarendon was no good, but to no avail. And now look at the mess she's in. Will you help?
Most certainly.
Okay. I like how, just in case we want to replay it. Just in case.
Society burglar strikes again. Series of burglaries. 6 over the period from June 2nd to June 17th. On July 2nd, the 7th occurred at the home of Sir Sanford Leeds. Cleopatra tiara stolen, it says.
Have
As
I
in
not
the
just
other
watched-
cases,
I pressed resume.
no sign of extensive
Sir?
search by the thief, and only one
I've watched...
piece of jewelry
Sir, I don't
involved.
want to watch this again.
Victims elsewhere at the time.
I can't skip.
Here's a complete list of the particulars, Holmes, if you'd care to read it.
I pressed resume, right? I believe you'll find him in the study.
How do you do, gentlemen? I am Gerald Locke.
Please be seated, Mr. Locke.
He's back.
How can we be of service?
3
Yeah,
days
getting
ago,
such
Guy
weird deja
Clarendon was
vu.
found murdered at Halliday's.
Getting that
It's
pound per hour.
preposterous, but Miss Frances Nolan has been charged and is being detained at the criminal court, Old Bailey.
Frances Nolan. Ah, yes. Sister of Loretta Nolan. Only surviving heirs of Sir Malcolm Nolan, founder of the Aberdeen Navigation Company.
I seem to recall that Sir Malcolm and Lady Nolan were
So
killed
masterful
when
we
some
get to
lunatic
enjoy it
threw
again.
a bomb into their carriage. It seems to me that later I heard something about it being a case of mistaken identity. Wasn't one of
Wonder
their
what
little
replay
offspring
means
in
then
the
if
carriage
resume
with
means
them at the
replay.
time?
Yes, it was Loretta, Frances's sister. She was only 4. Miraculously, she
Why
was
did the
uninjured.
subtitles... Yeah, the subtitles
Mr.
have
Locke?
gone.
I've heard that you are a suitor for Miss Frances Nolan's hand, are you not?
Yes.
Resume is replay
And
just
was it
without
not
the
also
subtitles.
true that
Okay,
she was being
cool.
courted by Guy Clarendon?
Unfortunately, yes.
Have you any idea why Frances Nolan was charged with the crime?
Ah, well, she was discovered over the body with a pistol in her hand.
That would do it.
But you don't understand. Frances is totally incapable of murder, not even of a scoundrel such as Guy Clarendon.
Scoundrel? But he's from such blue blood. Also, if I'm not mistaken, he's an accomplished batsman for the West London
Rich people can't be
Cricketers,
scoundrels. That's
a
just in.
ranked fencer in international competition.
He was also a bit of a bounder, Watson.
What an understatement. Guy Clarendon was excessively fond of cards and strong drink. His father had all but disinherited him. I tried to tell Frances that Clarendon was no good, but to no avail. And now look at the mess she's in. Will you help?
Most certainly.
Exit? Okay.
Society burglar strikes again. Series of burglaries. 6 over the period from June 2nd to June 17th. On July 2nd, the 7th occurred at the home of Sir Sanford Leeds. Cleopatra tiara stolen.
That tiara's been stolen 3
As in the
times
other
now.
cases, no sign of extensive search by the thief, and only one piece of jewelry involved. Victims elsewhere at the time. Here's a complete list of the particulars, Holmes, if you'd care to read it.
I swear there's no skip.
How do you do, gentlemen? I am Gerald Locke.
Please be seated, Mr. Locke. How can we be of service?
3 days ago, Guy Clarendon was found murdered at Halliday's. It's preposterous, but Miss Frances Nolan has been
Preposterous?
charged and is being detained at the criminal court, Old Bailey.
Frances Nolan. Ah, yes. Sister of Loretta
Not Escape
Nolan.
either. Escape
Only
doesn't
surviving
work.
heirs of Sir Malcolm Nolan, founder of the Aberdeen
Spun
Navigation
about the
Company.
way.
I seem to recall
Oh,
that Sir Malcolm and
jeez.
Lady Nolan were killed when
Bad
some
to know how to
lunatic
play
threw a
video
bomb into
game.
their carriage. Seems to
No.
me that later
you know,
I heard
this is
something
my
about
first
it being
video
a case
game,
of mistaken
actually.
identity. Wasn't one of their little offspring in the carriage with them
Don't
at the
count
time?
on it.
Yes, it
This is
was
my
Loretta,
first ever video game.
Frances's
I've never
sister.
played one before.
She was only 4. Miraculously, she was
So please be
uninjured.
nice to me.
Mr. Locke, I've heard that you are a suitor for Miss Frances Nolan's hand, are you not?
Yes.
And was it not also true that she was being courted by Guy Clarendon?
Unfortunately, yes.
Have you any idea why Frances Nolan was charged with the crime?
We'll all be
well,
dead by the time
She
you
was
solve
discovered
this.
over the body with a pistol in her hand.
Thank you.
That would do it.
But you don't understand.
Oh dear.
Frances is totally incapable of murder. Not even of a scoundrel such as Guy Clarendon.
Yeah, this is a
Scoundrel?
typical British
But he's
conversation.
from
This
such
is what it's
blue
like every
blood.
time I go visit my parents.
Also, if I'm not mistaken, he's an accomplished batsman for the West
we
London
literally don't have
Cricketers,
anything to say to
a
each other, so we
ranked
just
fencer in
walk out
international
of the door
competition.
He was also
Walk
a bit
back
of a
in the
bounder,
door.
Watson.
and
What
have the
an
same conversation over
understatement.
and over again.
Guy Clarendon was excessively fond of cards and strong drink. His father had all but disinherited him. I tried to tell Frances that
We go for
Clarendon
a
was no
fourth.
good, but to no avail. And now look at the mess she's in. Will you help?
Most certainly.
Ask again later. All right, so we've clicked everything. Yeah, then we slap the knees and say, right, gotta go. No, but then we say that, and then the other person says, "Are you sure you don't just want a cup of tea?" And then you're like, okay. You've got to say, right, I've got to go at least 5 times before you're actually allowed out the door. Right. Do we press replay? Do we press resume? Or do we press exit? So far we have pressed resume and we have played exit. We've pressed exit. These both caused us to have to watch it again. I don't want to press replay because clearly replay should make it replay.
Society burglar strikes
Oh
again.
my God!
Series of burglaries. 6 over the period from June 2nd to June 17th.
It
July
did. It
2nd,
did
the
something
7th
different
occurred
then.
at the home
I
of Sir
clicked it
Sanford
once
Leeds.
and it didn't do anything.
Cleopatra tiara stolen, it says. As in the other cases, no sign of extensive search by the thief, and only one piece of
Hello,
jewelry
Weenies.
involved.
Look at Twitch, now back at me,
Elsewhere at
now
the
back to
time.
chat, now back to
Here's a
me.
complete list of the
Sadly, this
particulars,
mayonnaise
folks,
is
if you care to
expired, but
read
if
it.
you watch my ads, I can afford another bottle. Look down, back up. Where
How
are
do you
you?
do,
You're on
gentlemen?
YouTube, where you
I
can
am
subscribe to your
Gerald
favorite
Locke.
streamer.
Please be
What's
seated,
in your
Mr.
hand?
Locke.
Back at me. It's the anime
How
figure
can we
you've
be of
always
service?
wanted.
3
Look
days
again,
ago,
the anime
Guy
figure is
Clarendon
now
was
a
found
mouse.
murdered
A mouse
at
that you'll
Halliday's.
use to click
It's
follow on
preposterous,
twitch.tv
but Miss
/Captain
Frances
Badgertail.
Nolan has been charged.
I'm in
Is being
Switzerland.
detained at the criminal court, Old Bailey.
Frances
beautiful.
Nolan.
It's beautiful.
Ah, yes. Sister
FMV
of
Magic,
Loretta
eh?
Nolan, only surviving heirs of Sir Malcolm Nolan, founder of the Aberdeen Navigation Company.
I seem to recall that Sir Malcolm and Lady Nolan were killed when some lunatic threw a bomb
I
into
just
their
love these
carriage.
performances.
Seems to me that later I heard something about it being a case of mistaken
I'm glad you
identity.
like it. I'm glad
Wasn't
you
one of their
like
little
it.
offspring in the carriage with them at the time?
Yes, it was Loretta.
I wasn't sure what to
Francis's
do with the
sister.
for the channel
She was
trailer.
only 4. Miraculously, she was uninjured.
Mr. Locke, I've heard that you are a suitor for Miss Frances Nolan's hand, are you not?
Yes.
And was it not also true that she was being courted by Guy Clarendon?
Unfortunately, yes.
Have you any idea why Frances Nolan was charged with the crime?
Well, she was discovered over the body with a pistol in her hand.
That would do it.
But you don't understand. Francis is totally incapable of murder. Not even of a scoundrel such as Guy Clarendon.
Scoundrel? But he's from such blue blood.
Here we find the
Also, if I'm not
quintessential
mistaken,
British
he's an
duel.
accomplished batsman for the West London
Holmes
Cricketers.
and Watson
A ranked fencer in international
engaged in the
competition.
He
delicate
was
dance
also a
of
bit of a
deduction,
bounder, Watson.
a perhaps
What an
somewhat rather
understatement.
familiar dance
Guy
of deduction.
Clarendon was excessively
truly
fond of
ritual in British
cards
shows.
and strong drink. His father had all
At
but
this point, Sir
disinherited him.
David paused
I
awkwardly
tried
to
to
look
tell
down and
Francis
check his
that Clarendon was
cards.
no good,
Afternoon
but to no
tea,
avail.
showcasing
And now
the
look
most
at the mess
true
she's in.
and accurate
Will you help?
display of British culture.
Most certainly.
Yeah.
David, did you just think David said you no? Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Right. Are we gonna try resume again? Resume, right?
Society burglar strikes again. Series of burglaries. 6 over the period from June 2nd to June
This is the
17th.
West London Cricketers.
July 2nd,
We just
the
wanted
7th
to thank
occurred at the
Captain
home of Sir
Badgertail
Sanford
for the
Leeds.
support and
Cleopatra
advertisement.
Tiara
worry.
Checking the
stolen,
tickets are in the
says.
mail.
As in the other cases,
God,
no
look,
sign of
thank you.
extensive search by the thief, and only one piece of jewelry involved.
Okay.
Victims elsewhere at the time.
Right,
Here's
I'm
a
gonna try
complete
this
list
one
of the
more time.
particulars, Holmes, if you'd
I'm
care
gonna
to
press
read it.
replay, and then I'm gonna press resume.
How do you
what
do,
we're gonna do.
gentlemen?
This one video
I am
cost $2
Gerald
million.
Locke.
Money well
This is
spent.
Mr. Locke.
God, thank you.
How
That's
can we
why
be of service?
they said the
3
game
days
didn't really
ago,
have that much
Guy Clarendon
replayability
was
to it.
found murdered at Halliday's. It's preposterous, but
I
Miss
love how it
Frances
just works.
Nolan has been
Yeah,
charged
I'm gonna go
and is being
replay,
detained at the
then
criminal
resume.
court, Old Bailey.
Yeah.
Nolan. Ah,
My
yes.
butt name was fine.
Sister
You
of
saw
Loretta
it.
Nolan, only surviving heirs of Sir Malcolm Nolan,
Fine.
founder of the Aberdeen Navigation Company.
I seem to recall that Sir Malcolm and Lady Nolan were killed when some lunatic threw a bomb into their carriage. Seems to me that later I heard
I like
something
how it
about
does
it being a case
subtitles
of
again.
mistaken identity. Wasn't one of their little offspring in the carriage with them at the time?
Attractive.
Yes,
Just
it
their own
was
personal
Loretta,
hell.
Francis's sister. She was only 4. Miraculously, she was uninjured.
Mr. Locke, I've heard that you are a suitor for Miss Frances Nolan's hand, are you not?
Yes.
And was it not also true that she was being courted by Guy Clarendon?
Unfortunately, yes.
Have you any idea why Frances Nolan was charged with the crime?
Well, she was discovered over the body with a pistol in her hand. That
That'll
would
do it.
But you don't understand. Francis is totally incapable of murder. Not even of a scoundrel such as Guy Clarendon.
Scoundrel? But he's from such blue blood. Also, if I'm not mistaken, he's an accomplished batsman for the West London Cricketers. A ranked fencer in international competition.
Right.
He was also a bit of a bounder, Watson.
What an
Wow.
understatement.
Yeah,
Guy
we will try it. So I'm
Clarendon
going to try
was
this one
excessively fond
last
of
time, and then we'll
cards
try a different
and
case.
strong drink. His father had all but disinherited him. I tried to tell Frances that Clarendon was no good, but to no avail. And now look at the mess she's in. Will you help?
Most certainly.
No, they don't. No. So replay.
Society burglar
It
strikes
did-
again.
Okay, fuck it.
Series of burglaries.
Hang on. Oh my god. Okay, we've got a. You know what we've got? Look, we found. Look. We found. I. Resume.
6
No.
over the period from
Replay.
June
No. Replay. No. Exit. Play the game. Resume save game. Pipe in hand, Combs and his stout colleague exit the carriage and move through the dark London street. A light fog obscuring his trademark did stalker and overcoat. The master detective turns as they walk and say, "Come on, Watson, the game is afoot." Oh my goodness. We're here. We did it. No, we'd already done exit before, and exit took us back to the menu. Luckily, the game seems to have saved after we watched. It's cool. It's good. We're good. We're good. The game is afoot, lads. Oh, and then actually start playing the game. So exit pause.
Sorry I missed the opening cutscene. Can you go back?
July. Yeah, do you guys want to replay that? You guys want to watch it again? Okay, what do we got? The London Times. Oh, the Times London. July 4th. Oh. Jack the Ripper. Whitechapel visited again by Jack the Ripper. A murder committed last night in this district harkens back to Jack the Ripper, a workman passing through Backchurch Lane in the extreme south end of Whitechapel came upon a body of a woman, murdered and mutilated in a most horrible fashion. The head was severed completely from the body and lay a little apart. Both arms had been amputated with the skill of a surgeon. A bit minging, isn't it? One lay under a trunk, and the other was a little apart from the body. As in the similar cases in which the assassin was not disturbed at his work, the cruel knife had been thrust into the body of the victim at the wrist, and then ripped. You know, I don't want to read that. Let's read about the society burglar, shall we? After a month of jewellery burglaries from some of London's most fashionable homes, Scotland Yard reports little progress in the identification and apprehension of the so-called society burglar. The victim of the latest theft, Lady Leeds, has become overwrought by the invasion of her bedroom. By this unknown man and by loss of her prized diamond tiara, that she has been hospitalised at the suggestion of her physician. Although any impetus to attack the increasing problem of crime should be welcomed, it is unfortunate that the impetus comes more strongly when the class of the victim is expanded. Reform the House of Lords. Lord Salisbury introduced in the House of Lords is a bill to reform the constitution of that body. The measure proposes that not more than 3 life peers shall be appointed yearly. These blah blah blah. Blah 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 blah. The world's largest St. Bernard near Prince of Wales Harrow Road had a new collar and muzzle. Lovely. Oh, good for him. The sporting section. This one, 3rd of July. Glasgow. Lions murdered in Hyde Park. Okay. Oh, there we go. Society burglar take climbs to $14,000 pounds. What bloody country am I in? That elusive and so far successful burglar, commonly known as the society burglar, has gotten away with jewels valued at $14,000 by the 7 victims to date. Speculation continues as to the identity of the burglar, who seems to be acquainted with the various and sometimes ingenious hiding places of this victim's jewels. The other striking aspects of the modus operandi are the taking of only one select piece each time the occurrence of all thefts. Okay, so this is what they stole. 2 lions, both male, were found shot to death in Hyde Park in the early hours of this morning. Neither the constable who discovered the macabre sight nor the inspectors of Scotland Yard admit any clue as to the perpetrator or motive for this bizarre affair. I do keep saying that my accent is not the same and not my natural accent, and you guys don't believe me. Howdy, y'all! Killed by lightning, William Breeze, age 15. A labourer was yesterday struck by lightning and instantly killed. Insistently killed. The lightning was very insistent to kill him. at Spalding during a thunderstorm. He was working in the hayfield. Are you having a nightmare, doggy? Susan, having a nightmare? There you go. Okay. What we got in this one? Oh, yes, Jay, good afternoon. Fatal fire in New York. The cholera. Nice. Howdy, y'all. The cholera returns for the past 24 hours. Oh, heck. I just like how everywhere else has their, like New York. Italy and Zanzibar. Ottawa. And Rome is just the cholera. Got some funerals. Carpets. You guys want to buy any carpets at Dinwoody's? Oh. Knowing he can't be everywhere at once, Holmes reads the newspaper daily. You should as well, as it contains information to help your case. Oh, do I actually have to be remembering this shit? I hope not. Oh. Okay, what's directory? Maybe I want to... Oh my god, this is actually pretty, Gerald Locke visited the detectives at Baker Street, beseeching Holmes to look into the murder of Guy Clarendon at Halliday's private hotel. He believes that Frances Nolan, the woman being held at Old Bailey, could not have possibly committed the crime. Right, should we go see old Frances? Old Fran? What was her last name? Frances Nolan. Go with Nolan then. Deep in thought, Holmes lights his pipe and snuffs the match, allowing Watson to lead him down the street towards Frances Nolan's residence.
Tell us, who was at home on the evening of the 1st?
Well, just Miss Frances, sir. Oh, yes, of course, and Dr. Trevelyan.
At what time did the doctor take his leave?
Oh, let me think. It must have been 10 o'clock, because that's what time he always leaves.
What did Miss Frances do after
an
her guest
American.
left?
What she does every evening, sir. Well, she asked for a cup of hot cocoa, which I brought her straight away.
Is she
Then
an
she read
American
for
doing a
by the
British
fire.
accent?
Later, when I went up to bed, I passed her room, and the light went out.
What time would that have been?
Oh, let me see. Oh, I know, it was 11:30, because the clock chimed. Then I went to sleep. Later, I was awakened in the middle of the night, right in the midst of the most peculiar dream. You see, I was barefoot and trying to buy a pair of shoes.
Barefoot.
Fascinating as all this is, could we get back to what it was that awakened you?
Oh, yes, of course. Well, it was something that I heard, or thought I heard. I listened for a bit, but that was the end of it, so I went to sleep again. Later, I awoke at 7:30. I always wake up at 7:30, except, of course, on Sundays when I sleep until 8. As usual, I began to prepare Miss Frances's breakfast. I had no sooner gotten to the kitchen when I heard the front door open and close. Well, I ran to the front window and peeked out, and there was Miss Frances walking down the street.
And why do you deem that so unusual?
Well, she never leaves before she's eaten one of my currant
Don't worry,
buns.
Petra, you've only just started. You did miss a lot of great... Okay. Exit, lads? Or what are we doing here? Exit. Okay, thank Christ. Right, And then what was... A book. Dr. Trevelyan. Hey Kento, good morning. On their way to Dr. Trevelyan's home, Holmes shares his thoughts with the good doctor on the case thus far. Watson nearly nods off.
Doctor, We understand
Is
that
that
you
a green
dined with
screen?
Francis Nolan on the evening of July 1st.
Yes, that is correct. We dine every Sunday. Her sister Loretta has been under my care for some
Is that the
10
edge of the
years.
green screen
First
here?
at the Mesmer Braid Institute and then in private practice.
Without breaching physician-patient protocol, would you mind telling us the nature of her illness?
She never quite recovered from the overwhelming trauma of watching her parents being blown to bits.
I quite understand.
As is often the case with young orphans, they tend to create fantasies about their parents. Miss Loretta Nolan truly believes that her father was the King of England, making her a princess.
Do you think her unconventional behavior stems from that fantasy?
Absolutely. As a princess,
Steamer,
she
Alex.
believes she can do no wrong. I must say that she's worlds apart from her sister Frances.
Do you know Frances Nolan well?
Yes, rather. Through my treatment of her sister, I've known her for years. Let me say that it is difficult to believe that Miss Frances is capable of murder. She has a quiet, unassuming personality. An act of such direct confrontation would not be at all in keeping with her character.
Were Loretta and Frances close?
I know without a doubt that Miss Frances loves and cares for her sister almost as a parent would a child.
You think they're dating?
Loretta? Well, she loves her sister as much as she is capable of love.
Yes, you can now. Kind of want to go see Sinwa Porky, but I don't really have any reason to go see him. Oh dear. What did we need to go do? Loretta believes that she's a royal princess, so we're looking for Loretta Nolan. Feeling that Loretta Nolan may have some insight into her sister's predicament, the two detectives head out of the door and into Baker Street in search of a hansom cab.
Enter and be recognized. Oh, you don't wish to play Her Majesty, eh?
So your parents were blown up.
Very well.
How does that make you feel?
You do not seem particularly disturbed by the recent turn of events, Miss Nolan.
Each of us grieves in his own way, Mr. Holmes.
It must be difficult for you to face the possibility that your own sister may have killed your dearest chum.
Guy was fun to be with. And as for Frances, I love her dearly, but, well, it's funny to think Miss Right and Proper has finally gotten herself into a bit of a jam.
Miss Nolan, may I ask, when was the last time you saw Guy Clarendon?
Let me think. I believe it was the Richmond's party last Thursday. Yes, I'm sure of it. God, we did cut it up a bit there.
God.
And after the party?
We did not go home together, if that's what you're implying. That would have broken Frances's heart. She was head over heels for Guy, you know. She had some foolish notion that he was going to marry her. Not that someone like him ever would. But I do recall her saying, and it might have been the night of his death, that she was going to have a talk with him about their future.
Oh my goodness, okay. Great Scott. Okay, Loretta Nolan. Miss Nolan admits to seeing Guy Clarendon at the Richmond's party the previous week that her sister said that she was going to talk to Guy the night of her death. So can I go see... Can I go see her now? Or... Can I go see... Let's see if we can go see... While not relishing the thought of interacting with the condescending Lestrade, Holmes and Watson visit Scotland Yard anyway, hoping the man has done his due diligence in this case and can offer insight.
Why even trouble yourself with this one, Holmes?
You believe Francis Nolan to be guilty?
Guilty as a cat would swallow a canary.
And on what do you base that brilliant deduction?
No, it came from the game
Look.
fog.
Francis Nolan claims not to have known that Clarendon was residing at Halliday's.
You're American
When
as
she
well.
proceeded directly to his room where she shot the bloke. She claims not to have owned a gun. Yet the gun found in her hand was purchased at Esgoff, and the receipt had her name on it, for cripes' sake. No, that little lady will never see the light of day again.
Yeah, you can hear the light of day again. You can hit. I bet his mustache isn't even real either. Yeah, you're right. Right, let's go. The HR? Holmes, being busy elsewhere, sends the good doctor to discuss the physical evidence at the scene of the crime with the criminologist.
I say, excuse me, Dr. Murray.
Oh, hello. What? Oh, I must have dozed off. Ah, it's you, Whitson. And what are you doing with yourself this afternoon? Or is it evening already? Have I missed my tea?
It's Watson, sir. We're looking into the Clarendon case, and we were wondering...
Clarendon! Ah, I just finished that report when I dozed off. Let me see. Number 301, I believe. Ah, yes. Here it is. Number 103. Clarendon, Guy. Not much, I'm afraid. A hole in the shirt where a small caliber bullet passed into the body. Extensive blood stains. Powder burns indicating a close-range shot. Ah, here's something interesting. On the lower part
I don't know
of
if
the
he's
shirt,
doing an Irish
I
accent
found
or a
traces
Scottish
of
accent, to
alcohol.
be honest.
Wine, to be exact.
I don't know if he knows.
Now, I have a good nose for this sort of thing, and I believe it to be an inferior quality Italian red.
Both. He's like, can I do both of them? Oh, it's something about a red wine. Okay. Let's have a look. Watson paid a visit to Murray at Scotland Yard. Murray maintains that Clarendon shot at close range. Okay. Shall we maybe go to the Lady Leeds, the latest theft? I presume it's going to have something to do with Leeds. Oh, I don't have... I don't want Sir Stanford Leeds. Suspecting a connection, Holmes suggests Watson visit the home of Sir Stanford. A quick carriage ride later, and Watson is knocking at the man's door.
The tiara was a terribly valuable piece of jewelry, and it meant so much to my wife.
Oh, wow.
She has been under a doctor's care since the theft. In fact, just yesterday, she took a room at the hospital.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Is she prone to bouts of nervousness?
Perhaps lately it seems so.
That's hair.
She was
That's some hair
absolutely
he's got.
undone when young Clarendon poured champagne down the borders of her gown at Richmond's party.
That's fucking rude.
Come to think of it, that was the last time she wore her tiara. She was so proud of it. And several of the ladies at that party admired it openly.
Where did Lady Leeds keep the tiara when she wasn't wearing it?
In the bottom drawer of her bureau, where she kept some of her more frilly undergarments.
Were there any signs of a search? Drawers left open, that sort of thing?
No, and that's what strikes me as so peculiar.
It was unnecessary
It's as if the
detail.
burglar knew right where to look.
Okay. Should we go to... I don't know whether the library is going to be that helpful. Holmes humours Watson and his insistence to visit the London Library. A fog rolls in as their carriage heads off into the night.
The Mesmer Braid Institute was founded in 1874 as an asylum for the mentally disturbed. Oh, perhaps she's a bit
Oh!
The institute was named after the 17th century Austrian physician Anton Mesmer, who first discovered a technique whereby he could induce a quiet, trance-like state in patients.
Sounds suspiciously like hypnosis.
Actually, he called it mesmerism. It says that he ascribed certain mystic qualities to his process, and so was largely discredited during his lifetime. In the 1840s, Dr. James Braid, an Englishman, became interested in Mesmer's work, refined the process, and renamed it hypnotism. Right you are, Holmes.
Okay. Good job, lads. All right, so we think that there might be something to do with some hypnotism. How dare they use your likeness? They've got you rolling in everywhere, Fog. Do I have to get up to like 100 or something? Okay, let's have a little look. So we could see Lord Salisbury, maybe. Lions murdered. Society burglar. There we go. We could go see like R. Baker. Leeds, Judd, Dirth, Lewin, Richmond. Isn't Richmond someone we've heard about before? Oh, it is an American production. I feel like I've been fucking lied to. There you go. That's good. The ride to Mr. Richmond's home is uneventful, except for the part where Watson fell asleep and seemed in dire need of a drool cup.
At first, I thought it must have been one of the servants. After all, there was no sign of a search, and nothing else was disturbed.
Did you question them?
Thoroughly, but none of them would admit
Thoroughly?
It really wasn't until Hardinge and Bessie Dirth were robbed,
It's like
and
a
the
piss
newspapers
cup,
referred to us as
drool
victims of the
piss.
society burglar, that I was certain it wasn't any of my staff. By the way, can you recommend a good housekeeper and valet?
Who else did we have? Dirth, I seem to remember. Hey, Magic. Holmes is in no mood for games and refuses to entertain Watson's theories on the wisdom of visiting Mrs. Dirth.
My husband, God rest his soul, gave me that necklace for our 50th wedding anniversary. And woe betide the blighter that took it, I say.
I can certainly understand your consternation, madam. May I assume that you were out the evening it was taken?
Oh, yes, the house was completely empty. Sybil, my housekeeper, and I were attending the masked charity ball at St. Mary's for the benefit of unwed mothers. It wouldn't surprise me if that scoundrel was responsible in that direction as well. Society burglar, indeed. He's of the lower classes, mark my words.
Do you keep your jewels locked up?
Oh, I keep them in a very secret place. A box made to look like a copy of Great Expectations
Yeah,
on the bookshelf amidst
secret.
the other books. Hiram, my late husband, thought of that.
Yeah.
But the thief went right to it.
Well, it's maybe because you tell everyone you've met 2 minutes ago. Where they're hidden. Okay. What else we got? An unwed mother, what a shame. I know, I saw Breakfast. She was like, what, she was maybe in her like 20s or something. But then, you know, look, TVs looked worse back then. So maybe you wouldn't have noticed. So we've got R. Baker. R. Baker. Oop. Oop. E for Baker. Roger. The two men leave 221B in heated debate and continue the discussion long after procuring a cab to Roger Baker's residence.
Well, it was an unfortunate event, but to tell you the truth, to me it was a mere bauble, a trinket. I had it replaced for my wife the very next day.
And nothing else was stolen?
Not a thing, and it appeared there'd been no search.
Okay. A mere bauble. And then we had you. On the way to Hardrin's residence, Watson remarks how he could use a new tweed jacket. Holmes, lost in thought, does not respond.
My wife and I were guests at a small dinner party at the home of Otis Richmond. We arrived home sometime after midnight. And as my wife was putting away her finery, she noticed the bracelet was missing from her jewelry box. And we summoned the police immediately.
The servants were questioned?
Oh, they've all been with us for a number of years, and I haven't the slightest suspicion about them. But yes, the police did question them thoroughly. All were in bed asleep by the time we arrived home, and none heard anything untoward.
And nothing else was taken?
Surprisingly not.
Yet you're positive that the bracelet has not simply been misplaced?
No, my wife actually put it on while she was preparing for the evening, and then she decided against it. I saw her put it back in the box.
Where does she keep the box?
In her dressing table, there's a special compartment in the side of it. The box fits in rather neatly.
The video was originally presented in a tiny window with a great deal of junk around the edges to fill the rest of the screen. Had to wait for the CD-ROM to spin up each time as well. Probably wouldn't have noticed how, like... And I mean, the sound wouldn't have been as good either, so you probably wouldn't have been able to tell the accents were a bit wacky either. Richmond, we haven't seen Lewin or Judd. Lewin, was it? Having read mention of Bradford Lewin in the Times, Holmes suggests Watson a visit to the foreign minister is in order.
We were at a reception at Buckingham Palace for the new head of the China delegation.
I can't hear you over the music.
My wife discovered that her favorite ruby earrings were missing. We noticed nothing else out of place. No sign of a search, that is. And none of the servants had heard anything suspicious.
Oh, that was it? They couldn't afford the actor then. Okay. Nancy. I see Nancy. After reading about Miss Judd in the London Times, Holmes agrees with Watson.
It's all quite upsetting, you know.
Nancy?
The pendant belonged to my great-great-grandmother, and I was hoping to pass it on to my daughter. And now it's gone.
There, Mrs. Judd, you mustn't worry. With Holmes and I on the case, we're sure to recover your pendant. By the way, where did you keep it when you weren't wearing it?
In the
Maybe it's
toe of my
Watson.
old
Maybe
black
Watson's the
button-ups.
burglar.
And I don't recall ever having mentioned that to anyone. Or at least I don't think I did.
Okay. Right. We've gone to see absolutely everybody. Okay. There seems to be no rhyme or reason for... Yeah, maybe they got mesmerized. There doesn't seem to be much rhyme or reason to what is getting stolen either, though. Like, look at all these values. Accident on docks. Barry O'Neill, lion tamer, was injured. We're looking for something on mesmerism. British government has requested Dominion government to take no action until a settlement has been arrived regarding sealing claim of the United States. Why are we claiming the United States? This is how close are we to the Civil War, lads? 1888 or 1890. How close are we to the Civil War? Egypt. Looking for something with...
Lions shot in the park. Lion tamer injured on the docks. BRKFST is on this lion case.
Lion case. Yeah. Do you think there's any link? Breakfast there. Oh, sealing rights. Okay. Right. We're hunting seals. I see. I thought it was like sealing, like sealing, you know, like a seal of approval. Hospitals, Lancaster, Northern counties, Lunacy Act. Okay, here we go. Dr. R.A. Kimley. Let's see if we can see Doctor about the Lunacy Act. Because they were talking about the like lunacy before. Got Kimley? No. Okay. We could also go and see... Oh, hang on. Oh, this one. Let's see if there was anyone that we wanted to see here. So, like... Maybe we go down and see whether anyone's got any useful information. Let's go see. Watson hails a carriage as he and Holmes proceed to the office of the London Times. Surely Ellis, the editor of the Times, would have some interesting news regarding this case.
Well, Watson, will Ellis see us now?
Not likely, Holmes. He's on assignment in Istanbul.
Well, that was quick, wasn't it? It's a quick trip. What about you? Certain that Edward Hall can get them to see Miss Nolan at the Old Bailey. The pair head off to visit the young barrister.
I understand that Wilfred Robards is considering taking Miss Nolan's case. He might be able to help you. If you'd like, I can arrange an interview with Frances Nolan.
The young barrister.
She's being held downstairs.
Why have they given him, like, the crimson chin? I would not even. I'll see in a minute.
We might be able to help you, Miss Nolan, if you could just remember what happened that night in Mr. Clarendon's room.
Well, that's just the trouble. I can't remember anything except seeing Guy's body across the room and the pistol in my hand.
You got mesmerized.
Where did you get the pistol?
I've no idea, though the police assure me it's mine. I didn't know Guy was at Halliday's. I've never even been there before. And why would I shoot him anyway? We loved each
each other. There, Miss Nolan. Stiff upper lip.
Thank you.
Miss Nolan.
I think
what
I
is
do,
the
Mr.
last
West, but I
thing
can't
you
remember.
before the room at
Can't remember.
Halliday's.
Oh, hot cocoa in bed.
I beg your pardon?
Well, every night before I retire, my
I
maid,
suppose.
Grace, brings me
They're
a
going to
cup
make
of
it
hot
legal at some
cocoa.
point.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
And before that?
Well, before that, I dine with Dr. Trevelyan, as I do every Sunday evening.
The
My
mesmerist
sister
guy.
Loretta is under his care.
All right.
The doctor and I have become good friends over the years. He left at 10 o'clock, as he always does.
May I ask, where did you first meet Guy Clarendon?
This game cost $2 million, don't forget, in 1994.
Country estate of Cornelius Oldwine, in March. My sister Loretta was attending a party there. I suppose things got a bit out of hand because it seems she dived into a fountain. She caught pneumonia and I had to go and fetch her home. Guy was also at the estate, and that's where we met.
And he immediately began paying court to you?
Oh, heavens, no. Nobody seems to take much notice of me. I suppose that comes from having such a wildly attractive sister.
The big budget.
That's why I was so surprised when he called a few weeks later.
1
We
million
began
of that
seeing
went into
a
the
great
chin.
deal of each other. We went on long carriage rides, had picnic lunches. It was all quite lovely. And then on the 5th of June, he declared his love for me and asked for my hand in marriage. I was so happy. I couldn't have killed him.
How do you explain your presence at Halliday's?
Well, I can't. It's just like the other 2 times.
You've had memory losses before.
Yes, twice in the past month. The first time I found myself atop a horse in Hyde Park, with no recollection
Near
of
the
how I
lions
got
that got
there.
murdered?
The last thing I remember was having
all
lunch
coming
with
together.
my sister Loretta. Then there I was, atop a chestnut mare. The funny thing is, I'm terrified of horses.
You mentioned there was a second time.
Yes, a few days later,
So
I
she
met
also
with my
murdered the
solicitor,
lions as
Hiram
well.
Davenport. Then the next thing I know, I'm at the Newgate Street station. I consulted my physician, Dr. Mason, and he was quite as baffled as I was.
One last question, if you will. What is your relationship with Gerald Locke?
Was it
Jerry? He's a dear old friend. Though I'm afraid we had a falling out of late.
He's got the hots
He
for
said
you.
some very unkind words about Guy.
Okay. So do we want to go talk to Jerry? What was his name? Gerald. I don't know. Gerald. It's fine. Let's keep going down. So we will go see Mr. Hogg now. Holmes says Watson elsewhere while he himself checks with Quentin Hogg over at the Police Gazette.
Well, the Clarendon murders look fairly open and shut, if you ask me. Not your typical murderers, I admit, but there you have it.
Why are you American too? God, it's so strange how many Americans lived in England in 1888, isn't it? God. So have we been to the London Library? We have. Meeks Jasper. I'll go down here and then we'll go see Gerald Locke. Actually, maybe we'll go see him first. Before I forget who he is. Checking out of work 100% into this line case. There's just so many layers to it, isn't there? There's so many lions. Watson's surprised when Holmes agrees to his suggestion of talking to Gerald Locke a second time to see if anything new comes to
We
light.
have just a few more questions for you, Mr. Locke, if you don't mind.
Of course not. Anything to help Francis.
We were wondering if you could shed some light on Miss Frances' relationship with Guy Clarendon.
He was only after her money. I tried to tell Frances as much, but she wouldn't hear of it. We had a bit of a row over it. I've been quite upset about the whole thing.
Oh, I should imagine.
Upset enough to commit murder?
What an outrageous accusation.
There's any question, Mr. Locke.
Preposterous. Besides, I've been on holiday all week, playing cribbage at the annual tournament up at Leeds.
I think he's
Sounds
American.
positively
He
riveting.
said holiday like an American. He said holiday. I like how I'm more into the I'm into the thing, I'm into spoiling the Americans. That's my game. It's like Where's Wally or Where's Waldo. Yeah, he said holiday. Happy holidays rather than holidays. Yeah. Right, who have we seen? Sir Jasper. Let's go. Holmes and Watson take a carriage to see Sir Jasper, armed with several compelling questions for the medical examiner about Guy Clarendon's murder.
You're quite sure the murder weapon was a small caliber pistol?
Quite.
I'd also wager to say he'd been shot at very close range.
Ghastly.
I
Tell us,
think
Sir
Watson
Jasper,
and Sherlock.
At what time did you receive
British.
the body?
Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
And how much time would you judge to have elapsed from the time of the murder?
Well, it's always difficult to be precise in these matters, but I'd venture to say he'd been dead anywhere from 4 to 10 hours.
I suppose maybe some of them aren't American. Maybe some of them are British people who have lived in America, so they've picked up certain words that sound American. So, you know, it's a British person that says holiday. Maybe they go mom, you know. Maybe they're just Canadian. Holmes being busy elsewhere since the good doctor physical evidence. Oh, we've already done this, I think. Yeah, so we've already seen this guy. The detectives decide to stroll over to the Office of Records department as Watson insists the fresh air will do the investigation good. Holmes is not so convinced, but accompanies him nonetheless.
Both Loretta Nolan and Guy Clarendon have had several complaints filed against them, although neither of them has ever been arrested. Both have been cited for public drunkenness. Likewise, both have been involved in some unusual pranks, but no one has ever pressed charges.
So they've done a couple of TikTok challenges. The Society's Club is not a venue that Holmes and Watson frequent, let alone belong. However, the detectives know that Langdale Pike knows what goes on behind closed doors more than anyone in London. Is that a name that people give their children? Langdale? Is that, you know, people call their kids Dale. Is that the, you know, is this what a Dale is a shortening of?
It appears as though Guy and Loretta, the terrible twins, will afflict us no more.
His belly.
Loretta must be desolate, what with the loss of a kindred spirit and fellow prankster.
Prankster?
Well, yes, my good fellow. I'll never forget the time Clarendon poured champagne down the front of Lady Leeds's new Paris gown for the sole purpose of Loretta's amusement.
I would think she must also be distraught at the loss of her lover, not to mention the imprisonment of her sister.
Well, I'm not sure about Loretta's feelings toward her sister, but I do know that Guy and Loretta were not lovers.
I haven't.
Though outwardly they made an excellent couple. He, tall, handsome, and from a moneyed family, and she, beautiful, and an heiress in her own right. Yes, it would have been a match made in heaven. But it was a match made in far hotter regions, I suspect.
Francis claims that she and Clarendon were engaged to be married.
Well, that's hard to imagine, him being who he is.
Who is it, Shitwin? What does it mean?
Why do you say that?
Does it have a meaning behind it?
Guy Clarendon was not at all a desirable sort. He'd all but been disowned by his own father for his compulsive gambling. The utter disregard for other people's money is probably what drew Clarendon and Loretta Nolan together in the first place. After all, she had managed to fritter away almost her entire fortune, unlike her sister Frances, who still had her inheritance, if not her honor, intact.
It's always the lines, isn't it?
What are you driving at, Holmes?
From all I've heard of Clarendon, I suspect his interest in Frances was directed toward her sizable bank account.
She had a big bank account. Right. Let's go to see Porky, shall we? A quick carriage ride takes Holmes to the pub. Before stepping inside, the consulting detective pats his pockets, ensuring that his pocketbook is in its proper place. He pats his pockets, ensuring that his pocketbook is in its proper place.
Sure, I remember Clarendon. He and his lady
I don't
friend
like
used
how
to
this
stop
guy's
in
looking
here
at
from
me.
time to time. Usually on their way to Kilgore's gaming parlor or coming back from it. Rumor has it, Clarendon was into Kilgore for a sizable sum.
Do you happen to know how much?
£7,000 was the figure I heard.
Ooh.
Got to the point Kilgore wouldn't allow him in the door. Clarendon made a big fuss till Gus Bullock stepped in. Clarendon backed down pretty quick. Don't blame him none. Nobody in their right mind would want to mess with the likes of Gus.
Do you think Bullock was involved in the murder?
Nothing you could tell me about that bloke would surprise me. Anyway,
I love how everyone holds
Kilgore
their, like,
makes it clear to
whenever they're
Clarendon
talking.
that he wants his money. Then, a month or so later, Clarendon comes in all smiles, and he and Kilgore getting on like chums. Figure Clarendon must have paid him back. Then, Calvin Leach steps into the picture.
Now, who's Calvin Leach?
Leach deals in what you might call stolen property. Square dealer, too. Give you one half the value of the article.
This guy sounds like he's going to say, hey, I'm walking here.
And Kilgore.
Usually nothing at all. But there it is. Leach, Kilgore, and Clarendon meeting late at night just as thick as thieves. The meetings continued on right up to, well, the night before Clarendon's death.
Very interesting.
Now, we've been standing here jawing, and I don't recall hearing anybody order nothing. What'll it be, mate?
Maybe they were together. All right. His fingers have been sewn into the collar of his vest. He's actually really distressed right now. A quick carriage ride takes Holmes and Watson to a Somerset house. Watson is certain that their visit will uncover legal documentation that is germane to the case.
It seems Sir Malcolm left his entire estate to his wife Margaret. If she should precede him in death...
Or accompany him, as proved to be the case.
Yes. Then the estate was to be equally divided between his two daughters, Frances and Loretta. The estate included a 1/3 share in the Aberdeen Navigation Company.
Right. Okay. So they've got a sizable estate. I kind of want to send the irregulars. Draco, one of the irregulars, is sent to Dr. Ainstrey's office to ascertain if the doctor knew anything relevant. The place was dark and locked up tight it was. Okay. Never mind then. Search Holmes's Holmes's files. Give me anything. What does the judge mean? Is that like Holmes and Watson leave 221 Baker Street and hurry to the Queen's Court to present their case before... Oh no, I wasn't ready. Armed with information about the accused murders, Francis Nolan and the detectives cut a swathe through the London fog and head to the Queen's Court, believing they had solved the murder of Guy Clarendon. Holmes and Watson hail a carriage and are whisked away to the Queen's Court.
No, gentlemen. You haven't done a thorough enough job of investigating yet. Do continue your sleuthing.
That's a new alert. That's a new alert. Greg, write that down. Write that down.
It's the lion.
Breakfast, thank you. Where is the lion? I wonder if we can do any... I wanted that hairy old man as an alert at some point. Thanks, Greg. Hyde Park. Okay, nobody is... Okay, maybe we want to look at marriages? Marriages or... Marriages, okay. On the 22nd of June at Albany... Frontline Builder, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome in. On the 22nd of June at Albany, West Australia, by special license, Frederick John Ingleby, MRCS LRCP, younger son of James Ingleby of Putney, and late of Richmond, Yorkshire, to Annie May, elder daughter of C. Will Coxon of Barnes. Deaths. Let's look at who's died. Funerals. I'm not seeing anyone we recognize. Oh, here we go. Lost on June 10th, a necklace, ornate family heirloom with portrait at center, encircled by gems. Whoever shall take the same to 20 Holloway Street. Henry carpets. We could just go down and have a look. Have a look about at who we haven't visited. Birds. So we Burberry Seas. Little Egypt takes a hit. Makes a hit. We are looking for anything to do. Oh, Oldenburg. There we go. The jewels from Duchess Oldenburg were stolen from the Residence Slosh late yesterday afternoon. Sentries guarding the jewels left their posts when smoke began billowing from a small room adjacent to that in which the treasure was kept. The fire had apparently been caused by a smoke bomb used by the thief. They've also detained several internationally suspected criminals, including Helmut Schnitzler and Thomas O'Neill. Right, let's have a look at Oldenburg and Schnitzler and O'Neill. Yeah, because it's more burglaries, right? Let's have a look. What did I say? O'Neill. Okay, we don't have here. Oldenburg, maybe? No. And then Scotland Yard. We could try Scotland Yard's criminology lab. Why not? Holmes, being busy elsewhere, sends the good doctor to... Oh, we've already discussed this. No, I can... Thank you. Criminal investigations. Have we already checked? I think... I kind of want to go back to this guy.
Doctor, we understand that you dined with Frances Nolan on the evening of July 1st.
Yes, that is correct. We dine every Sunday. Her sister Loretta has been under my care for some 10 years.
Have we already
First at the
spoken
Mesmer
to...
Braid Institute and then in private practice.
Without breaching physician-patient protocol, would you mind telling us the nature of her illness?
She never quite recovered from the overwhelming trauma of watching her parents being blown to bits.
I quite understand.
Yeah, maybe we'll send the irregulars. Maybe you're right. Blimey! I don't remember a thing! It's like that bloke put me to sleep. Oh, that's kind of significant. I did get me some points, Chad. Did get me some points. Alright, Can we go to Madame Two Swords? I don't know why we would.
Oh, look. There is a note on the door that says that they will be out all afternoon. It appears we have wasted our time.
Excellent deduction, Watson. You're finally learning.
Thing is I know. I know what happened, but I don't know how to tell the game that I know what happened. Maybe we just go visit everybody? Did you want to go see the Bank of England? Holmes chuckles under his breath as Watson accidentally stumbles on his way out of the door and into the waiting carriage.
Well, he certainly was a chatty fellow, but I got the distinct feeling that he had no idea why I came to this location.
I just wanted to see if they'd show me the money.
I question why we...
What do we got? Davenport. Wasn't there something about somebody? On the way to Davenport's residence, the two friends ride through the streets of London in an animated debate regarding the burglaries and cricket players.
So, sorry to have kept you waiting, gentlemen. I assume you are inquiring about the Nolan girls.
Yes, we are. How long have you been their solicitor, Mr. Davenport?
Actually, in practice, I am serving that function only for Frances. Loretta has not sought a word of my advice since she came of age and was able legally to get her hands on her trust fund. Had Loretta the presence of mind to follow my good counsel, I'm certain she would be in a far better financial situation today.
Oh,
You recall a
interesting.
meeting with Miss Francis last
She's had a
month
bad
when she
financial
blacked out?
position.
Well, I did have a very odd meeting with both Miss Francis and Miss Loretta several weeks ago.
How so?
Well, I wouldn't say she blacked out as such, but she did leave rather unexpectedly. We were in the middle of our discussion when I was called out of the office. I was gone not more than 20 minutes. When I returned, Miss Francis had a very strange look in her eyes. She
I have the
mumbled
same look every
something
time I
and promptly
stream.
left. Miss Loretta laughed that
Maybe.
very disturbing laugh of hers and departed as well.
Maybe they're in cahoots. That's interesting. I didn't suspect either of the sisters. So, oh, there we go. We are learning stuff. Should we go see the American embassy?
I question why we have come to this location.
Good. I don't know how many points we're supposed to get. I don't know if this like out of 1,000, out of what we're out of. This background looks very nicely done, doesn't it? I don't remember what the Nolan, I think. Nolan. So, may have some insight.
Enter and...
There we go. Okay, we've already spoken to her, so we're not gonna. Could just keep going down. Mama didn't raise no snitch, but would you snitch if you knew who killed the lions? Would you snitch on them breakfast? Yeah, I'm on. The American embassy is full of perfect English accents. Gotta be. Gotta be. The English people have got to be somewhere in this game. Oh, we had something to do with Bullock, didn't we?
Who are you and what do you want?
Dr. John Watson, sir. I wondered if you might be kind enough to answer a few questions.
About what?
Guy Clarendon.
That welching little weasel, what about him?
He's been murdered.
Ah! I'd say he got what he deserved. And if you don't clear out of here in 2 seconds, so will you.
Oh, quite. Ta-ta.
I think we might have to... All right, to Bullock. We'll send in a regular there. Oh. Oh, there we go. For a shilling? That soon? Would kill his own mother. I can't say that was the one who offed Clarendon. Says he was nothing. Coughing. Roughing. Someone else up at the time. Okay. Hey, good morning, computer.
This seemed to be a dead end. No one had any information that could help us solve this.
Okay. Who else we got? I think this is actually quite a good game. Clarendon Frank. Do we have something to do with Frank?
Well, he...
Okay. Sir Francis.
This is a difficult thing for a man to say about his only son. But Guy was a wastrel and a ne'er-do-well. Only a short month or so ago, I gave him £5,000 and told him that was the last he'd see of my money. I'd hoped the shock would bring the boy around, make him realize he had to settle down, instead of wasting his life on gambling and gallivanting around with that wild woman.
Read the manual.
Which wild woman was that?
Loretta Nolan, of course.
You mentioned gambling, Sir Francis. Have you any idea with whom he gambled or who might have wanted to kill him?
I wish I did. He told us nothing. He only came around when he needed money. And when I told him there'd be no more,
Yeah, right, Captain.
we never saw him.
How are yours?
Just about broke his mother's heart.
It depends what it is, Paragon. Oh.
There, Gertie. We still have one another.
I've something you ought to know about Master Guy. One morning, rather early, about 4 or 5 weeks ago, I heard a terrible clatter downstairs, so I came down to investigate. It was Master Guy just coming home. He was in a terrible state, all battered and bruised, with a fresh cut on his forehead. I asked him who did it to him, and he wouldn't say. I think he was afraid for his life.
Oh, Paragon. Yeah, you can tell me that. How are you doing today? How's your Tuesday? All right, let's just keep going down, and we'll eventually find somebody who wants to talk to us. Okay.
This seemed to be...
Okay, no one came to the door. Hello, Brad. Okay, nobody here.
So, sorry to have kept you...
Oh, we've already spoken to this guy. Nobody here. They already talked to Bessie. Nobody here. Oh,
look.
No. Nobody there. Nobody there.
Well,
Miss Dudley's not home either. Next. Oh no, I pressed replay. Fred, you're in for a treat today. I know you're not exactly seeing the treat right now, but I assure you there is one. I don't really know what I think I'm going to gain by going to the Spanish embassy. Okay, nothing. Right, Colonel Herbert.
This...
No. We're looking for an FMV moment, I think, when things are...
Sorry.
No information, okay.
Well...
Nope. The florist? Why would I go to the florist? Okay, not here.
Sorry, Holmes. No...
Not there.
Well...
Do you remember a woman who came in recently and purchased a derringer?
Oh, matter of fact, I do, sir. We don't get women in here very often, especially not alone. And I particularly remember that one because she was so pretty and she looked like she really knew how to have a good time, if you'll pardon the expression.
Do you remember her name?
I should say I do. She repeated it twice whilst I was filling out the order form. Seems like it was very important to her that I get her name.
Okay, she lied then.
It was Francis, no, Les, well, it was Francis something or other, sir.
Okay, so she lied, so she was actually Loretta. Okay.
This...
No one here.
I understand that Wilfred Robards is considering taking...
We've already spoken to you. Have we? Hang on,
I
I'll
understand
let
that
talk
Wilfred
first.
Robards is considering
We've definitely
taking Miss
spoken to him
Nolan's
first.
case. He might be able to help you.
No, we have already.
If you'd like.
My wife and I were guests at a small dinner party at the home of Otis
We've
Richmond.
spoken to him before.
We arrived home sometime after midnight. And as my wife was putting away her
her finery,
she
yeah.
noticed the bracelet was missing from her jewelry box.
And she keeps
we
it in
summoned
here.
the police immediately.
The servants were questioned?
Yeah.
Oh, they've all been with us for a number of years, and I haven't the slightest suspicion about them. But yes, the police did question them thoroughly. All were in bed asleep by the time we arrived home, and none heard anything untoward.
And nothing else was taken?
Surprisingly not.
Yet you are positive that the bracelet has not simply been misplaced?
No, my wife actually put it on while she was preparing for the evening, and then she decided against it. I saw her put it back in the box.
Where does she keep the box?
In her dressing table, there's a special compartment in the side of it. The box fits in rather neatly.
We've seen Hogg. Have we been to any of the hotels? One of the hotels, I'm pretty sure they said they stayed in. No, not this one. No, not that one. Yeah, okay. Since the private hotel plays such an important part in the murder of Clarendon, Watson insists that they pay Halliday's a visit. To Watson's surprise, Holmes agrees.
Clarendon? Poor chap. He arrived on the 29th day of May and was given a front room on the 3rd floor. 2 days later, he asked to be moved to Suite 205.
To your knowledge, did he have any visitors?
Only 2 that I'm aware of. One was a most disagreeable fellow.
Oh, it's that guy.
He was rather large, had a thick walrus moustache, and a very prominent scar down his cheek. He arrived on the 1st of June, the very day of Mr. Clarendon's move. He simply came in, sat down in the lobby, and waited. 20 minutes or so later, Mr. Clarendon came down from his room. The big man yanked him aside. I was about to send for a bobby when Mr. Clarendon signed me that all was well. After a few minutes, they left together. I never saw the man again. His other visitor, who came by quite frequently, was a most striking woman. She was quite fashionably dressed. She had a most distinctive laugh, very full and deep. I've no idea who she was.
Please, tell us about the morning of July 2nd.
It was about 9 o'clock when a woman entered. She was rather plain-looking, and I wouldn't have noticed her, except for the fact that she came in the front door, looking neither left nor right, and proceeded directly up the staircase.
Because she was hypnotized.
It couldn't have been more than 30 seconds later when I heard a bang, followed by a woman's scream. I dashed upstairs to the 2nd floor. The door to room 205 was open. Inside, I found the body of Mr. Clarendon and the woman who'd just come up. She was lying in a swoon in the center of the room with a pistol in her hand. I revived her with some whiskey. When she came to, she was totally
$2 million
disoriented.
this game.
She had no idea where she was or
Yeah,
what
I
she'd
think they're
done.
actually quite good.
When she saw Clarendon's body, she let out a shriek and dropped the pistol. I summoned the police.
Tell me, at what hour are the hotel's front doors locked?
Oh, 10 o'clock, sir. Anyone who arrives after that has to be let in by the night staff. Of course, Mr. Clarendon was never one of those. He was always in his room before 10.
May we see his room? What have we here, Watson? Appears to be a bank statement.
Oh, look here, Holmes. Appears the maid missed a spot in her sweeping.
Good thing she did, Watson. You're staring at evidence.
Blood.
What's this stain here?
Come.
Smells like a fine sherry. Looks like someone's been celebrating.
The question is, was it with the body or over it?
Nothing much here. Couple of shirts and 3 pair of shoes.
But what you failed to notice, my dear Watson, is that one of the pairs of shoes is canvas and has been dyed black. Interesting. A sweater and trousers. An ensemble in black.
Not much of a view. All I can see is a brick wall of the building across the alley.
Ivy vines binding up a trellis.
Okay, so they climbed up. Sure, okay.
This. My wife. Maybe it's over here. Or. I didn't even go anywhere. Seriously.
Fred, thank you. David's TTS is better than some of the English accents in this game, and that's saying something.
Well, he certainly...
Okay. Alright. Nope. About this one.
Oh, look.
Not there. What about this one?
Well, there was...
Nope. Food smells great. Lovely. What about here?
I
question why we came to this... Yep. Okay. But where
This
are we? Okay, not here. What about here?
Well...
Nope. Pub. Oh, yeah, the pub was
Well,
important.
there was
it not?
no...
No food, but it smelled great. Okay. There was some kind of pub that they went to. His gout is flaring up.
Oh, look.
Sorry about the investigation. I just need to sort my gout out.
Well...
Nope, not here either.
Well...
Nope.
Well...
Nope. Oh, we've already been see Nancy.
It's all quite a...
Yeah, I'm sure it is, Nancy. I'm sure it is. It was the last time I spoke to you. Right.
This...
Nope. Nope.
Any luck?
Oh, this is new.
Yes and no.
I beg your pardon.
Yes, Kilgore has met Clarendon once or twice, but no, he insists he's never heard of Calvin Leach.
And you believed him?
Okay, cool. Could we maybe send... Kilgore lives high off the hog from the quid. You need a password to get in. Oh no, this seems like a problem of my own. Okay, maybe it's fine.
I think that
just
someone
gonna
has
leave
led
it.
us down the wrong path altogether. This woman certainly had no information to help our investigation.
I can hear it quietly. It's not showing up for you guys though. Right, shall we try and go to the judge and see whether I've found enough evidence yet? Look at all those points. I'm presuming it's out of 1,000. Do I get more points the more places I go to? Oh, it's still going. No, gone past it. I'm hoping that it will become clear in the courtroom what happened with those lions. Out of 10, I'm just doing really well. See, I thought it was out of 100. Oh, it's still counting. It makes me think, is this a glitch? It's still going. Still going. Yep, well. Okay, let's see.
Hear ye, hear ye. The Queen's Court now stands in order. Mr.
Who
Holmes,
killed Guy
I
Clarendon?
understand you've been looking into the murder of Guy Clarendon.
That is correct, my lord.
Would you be so kind as to tell the court who killed Mr. Clarendon?
Certainly, my lord.
Oh gosh, okay, fine. I think Guy killed himself. Is that stupid? I think maybe he shot himself. No. What was that guy's name? Locke, wasn't it? Gerald Locke, I think, killed Guy Clarendon. GOG! Oh, who is that? Thank you very much for the raid. Thank you very much. Do I see some sausage? Sausage dab. Hello, good morning. Welcome in, raiders. How was Oddworld? How was our stream? Give us our 3-word stream review. Welcome in, welcome in. Captain Badgertail. We're playing a full-motion video game of Sherlock Holmes. It's a very good game with absolutely no glitches. Everyone in it is authentically British. Great. Please ignore their American accents. It's like it's put on just to confuse you. You know, it's a detective game. Oh, hello, Frass. Hello. How was your stream? Oh, give us your 3-word review. Jimmy, welcome in. Man, welcome in. Doing the day. Frass is a wonderful streamer. Wonderful streamer. Go. Frass is usually there, but sometimes on GOG. Really recommend Frass. Playing Hitman at the moment. How is Hitman going for us? Abe still got it. You still got it. Is that your three-word review? I'd say that was a 4-word, you know? You kept in the oh ho ho ho. That's not. You count, I count oh ho 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 as a word. It's a noise, is it? Not the way I use it. Are we talking Abraham Lincoln? And all the facial hair is real. All the wigs, they're real. I mean, hair, they're not wigs because they're real. I'd say that was words. That's Tinkle trying to communicate with us, all right? Okay, thank you. Well, you talking to me? Yeah, putting that English degree to work. Yeah. Look, there's 2 different types of people. There's the people that believe in semantic rules, and there are people that don't believe in semantic rules, you know? Which are you? I think... All right, lads. So, let me give you the 411 on what's happening. There's been a murder. Guy Clarendon has been murdered. He had some debt. He was a naughty little boy. I think he killed himself. I think he killed himself to get out of his debt. I think he killed himself. And there's these sisters, parents blown to bits. They keep making a point that their parents were blown up, which is great, and very traumatized from it. And I think they helped him kill himself. I think he killed himself.
Terribly sorry, gentlemen. That is not at all correct.
All right, it's fine. Let me try again. Let me try again.
Hear ye.
Well, so I don't think he actually died.
Now
I suppose I should. I think he shot himself so that he wouldn't have to pay his debts.
Mr. Holmes.
All right.
I understand you've been looking into the murder of Guy Clarendon.
Gerald did it. No.
Terribly sorry, gentlemen.
Gerald
that is
didn't.
not at all correct.
So I think one of the sisters is being framed. I think one of the sisters is being framed. She was actually hypnotized to murder Guy. So I suppose she did technically do the murder if she was hypnotized to do it, right? What was her name?
Holmes, I understand you've been looking into the murder of Guy...
Francis did it.
Terribly sorry, gentlemen. That is not at all correct.
Terribly sorry, Badger, but Sectano gifted a sub.
Oh, I don't know if I can forgive you, Frass. Frass, thank you very much. Thank you for 20 months. And Sect, thank you for keeping Frass locked in our basement so that he can't leave. Can't escape. Has to keep putting up with me. Has to keep doing streams with me. We do have that on the schedule for this month. I'm forcing Frass to do another stream. Because it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough to leave you and Frass. Should be less scary this time, though. Right. Let's try again.
Mr. Holmes, I understand you've been looking into
Loretta
the murder
did
of
it.
Guy Clarendon.
Yes! Okay!
And what was Loretta Nolan's motive for killing Mr. Clarendon?
Okay, we did it. What was her motive for the murder? She meant to scare him as a joke. She thought the gun was unloaded. Oh, she was a bit of a prankster. So we did hear that she was a bit of a prankster. So that's a... that is an option, that it was a prank. Yes. You have a wonderful time. You have some nice food. I'll see you later for some Hitman. You be good. Thank you very much for the raid. Thank you. Well, I knew it was one of the four of them, Fred. So I thought he might have shot himself to get out of his debt, faked his death. Then I thought that maybe Frances shot him and she was hypnotized. And then I thought that the guy that asked us to investigate this wanted us, was the actual murderer. He didn't name. I reckon it was one of these two. She either thought it was a prank or she was jealous. Jealous?
Terribly sorry, gentlemen. Hear ye. The Queen's Court now stands in order.
Okay, good. Right, let's go. Who did the murder? We can get there.
I understand.
Loretta. Loretta did the murder.
I see.
Okay, prank. It was a prank. It was not a prank!
Terribly sorry, gentlemen. That is not at all correct.
It's fine. Yeah, we're trying to get a high score by getting all of the, it's a game with a lot of replayability. There's a lot of branching options, and we just want to make sure that we get all the endings. It is Loretta, and...
I see. And what was Loretta known? Terribly sorry,
The
gentlemen.
fucking
That
tiara.
is not...
Why did he have the tiara? We didn't figure out the idea. Like, maybe there was something we were supposed to find. Why is it still a trial if the judge already seems to know everything? That's true. I think this judge is cheating. It's Loretta. She wanted the Cleopatra tiara, obviously.
What was greed.
Greed.
Pure and simple.
7
Now,
deadly sins.
Have you determined why Frances Nolan went to Halliday's?
I have, my lord.
She
Please
was
inform the court.
hypnotized.
Not
Who
a
was the
sisterly thing to do at all. Is there anything else you wish
Who
to
was
report
the
to the court?
society burglar?
Yes, my lord.
It
I believe we've
was-
also solved the case of the society burglar.
It was Guy Clarendon.
Who is the guilty party?
Yeah.
Guy
He-
Clarendon was straight from the upper crust. Why ever would he turn to a life of crime?
His father cut him off financially. Yeah, I saw that his bank deposits had matched the value of the things in the newspaper. Oh my god, he did
You've
though!
done an admirable job in
Oh, wait.
resolving this mystery.
Did I do
I'd
it?
say you're on a par with just about any other armchair detective out there.
Thank you.
I would suggest, however, that you rethink this case again, thereby improving your sleuthing skills.
Oh, okay. I talked with Mr. Holmes about Guy Clarendon's murder. As far as the clue points go, here's how you did. I got 55. What's Holmes' solution?
Well, Watson, we should be very pleased with ourselves on this one.
Yes, indeed, Holmes.
2 cases solved for Scotland Yard, though I doubt that Lestrade will consider himself in our debt.
2?
Yes, indeed. First, the society burglar. Clarendon was £7,000 in debt to the gambler Kilgore.
Mhm.
Unfortunately, he was in his father's bad graces and he was flat broke.
Do you suppose Kilgore sent Bullock around to rough Clarendon up?
Good deduction, Watson. You're learning. That's why he moved into Halliday's, to escape Gus Bullock.
And to pay off his debts, he took to burglary.
Right you are. He acquired a black sweater, trousers, and a pair of black canvas shoes so as not to be seen or heard in the dead of night. He chose victims of his own class, whose social comings and goings he knew well, and whose homes he'd visited often.
I still don't understand why, after he'd settled in at Halliday's,
Not all
he
Goths are
changed
burglars.
rooms. Elementary, my dear Watson. To be at the back of the hotel with a vine-covered trellis conveniently leading in and out of his bedroom window.
Quite so. Positively clever of you.
May I continue?
Oh, please do.
On the 1st of June, Bullock tracked Clarendon down and confronted him in the lobby. Clarendon paid him the £5,000 that was given to him by his father.
I feel like the thing that made me think that he was the society burglar
and that was the same evening the society burglar struck for the first time.
Making deposits into his bank that were the same as the value of the items
Soon
that
after
were being
that,
stolen.
Clarendon, Kilgore, and Calvin Leach, a
Canvas
known
shoes, the
trafficker in
shoes of a
stolen goods,
burglar.
were seen together. Notice, if you will, that 1/2 the
Here
value
we
of the
go.
first 3 society burglaries is equal to £2,000. Half the value being the price normally paid by Calvin Leach for stolen goods. Notice also that this same amount is equal to the balance of Clarendon's debt to Kilgore.
Fascinating. So with his new vocation, Clarendon now had an easy source of income.
Quite so, as his succeeding bank transactions evidence. On the day after each of the next 3 burglaries, Clarendon made deposits. Everything went along swimmingly, and by June 30th, his debt was paid.
But the tiara was stolen July 1st.
Yes, Watson. Apparently, young Clarendon thought he'd found himself a new vocation. He might have lasted longer at it if he'd chosen something else to steal.
Whatever do you mean, Holmes?
Loretta Nolan's delusion that she was born of royal parentage proved to be his undoing.
This is a bit of a leap
If she
as
took
well.
it, how did she manage? No one saw her enter or leave.
She came and went the same way Clarendon did. Via the trellis.
But did she have
She
the
was
canvas
armed with a
shoes?
derringer purchased at Esgott's in her sister's name. Clarendon returned from his night's work and poured 2 glasses of wine in celebration. That's when Loretta Nolan shot him and took the tiara.
How wicked of her.
Not nearly as wicked as what she did next.
What?
She went to her sister Frances's home and hypnotized her. She then proceeded to instruct her to go to Clarendon's room with the derringer and fire it into the ceiling.
Incriminate her own sister? But why?
Why did no one hear the first
If we could
gunshot,
determine
though?
that precisely, we could start our own institute.
Sick mind, no doubt. But tell me, Holmes, how did Clarendon know the precise locations of each of his victims' jewels?
Exactly, Domo.
Excellent question, Watson. Although there is no clear-cut evidence for this, I can only assume that Loretta Nolan must have been in on it too. The
Yeah,
only way
that's
Clarendon
what I
could have
thought.
known the locations of the jewels was if the victims themselves had told him where to look. None of them recalls having told anyone, but in fact they did tell someone.
Who?
Loretta Nolan. She managed to hypnotize each of the ladies whose jewels were stolen and got them to reveal the precise locations of the family treasures.
And left them with no memory of having done so.
Precisely.
Astounding, Holmes.
Elementary, my dear Watson.
Great, lads. Wasn't that great? Big claps. Big claps. Now on to our next mystery. Another one, you say? Oh my goodness, yes. What about the lions? Maybe it's like a 3-parter where we finally find out about the lions. The Mummy's Curse is the next one. JC, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in. Right, the Mummy's Curse. It's going to be really loud.
Sherlock, my dear friend, your approach of discerning the truth by first eliminating all the falsehoods, truly
Good job.
ingenious.
It's a long word.
It's almost as if you were simply guessing your way to the correct answer. I must say, luckily, the judge seemed to have the answer, which aided our cause, my dear friend.
Truly a miracle, really. A Christmas miracle, you might say. Okay, thank you very much. It's a Christmas miracle. Right. So, there. Right, you ready? Should we watch Holmes' introduction for this one as well? See if it's any different.
London is not a beautiful city. Under the soot that covers its buildings is a teeming mass
No,
of
we've already listened to this, thank you. It's nice though, nice for you to... Let's get subtitle. We've already listened to him say about, you know, A teeming mass. I don't fancy listening to his mass again. You guys gotta listen to the mass? He's just complaining about how, like, how rampant crime is in London. Within a lantern-lit sitting room at 221B Baker Street, Sherlock Holmes slowly takes a pull from his pipe, while Dr. Watson, reclining after a bit of tea, peruses a discarded copy of the London Times.
What rubbish! What balderdash!
You must have read something terribly disturbing, Watson, for you to be so overwrought this early in the morning.
Indeed, Holmes. It's irresponsible of the Times to play upon people's superstitions.
Ah, you must be referring to the affair of the mummy's curse.
Has the entire city in an uproar.
Other
3
than the
men
filth,
dead, and they expect
the
us to believe
weather,
that a 4,000-year-old mummy
the
was the
crime,
murderer.
it's great.
I'm surprised you haven't taken some interest in this case, Holmes.
To the contrary, my dear Watson. I have made some inquiries. Because I dare say I do believe this murderer is a much younger chap.
Oh, he's a young chap, lads. All right. Is that all we're getting? Played this ages ago on Sega CD. How did you like it? I'm actually quite impressed. I think it's clever how we have to look through the, like, if I wasn't brute forcing it to a certain extent, it's quite clever how you have to scroll through these. Yeah, 5 feet apart, Brad. Hipmaster, good morning. Right, what we got? On the 9th, the wife of Edward Arnett Clowns, of twin girls. We've got twin clowns. Marriages, mummy strikes again. This is what we want. The body of James Windybank, odd a name, was discovered late yesterday in the room he was preparing for the British Museum's exhibit of a new discovered artifacts from the tomb of Kate Betts' mummy. Kate Betts, maybe? The archaeologist was found strangled. Around his neck were linen bandages, the type used by the ancient Egyptians in wrapping mummies. Windybank is the 3rd murder to be associated with the mummy Katibet in the past 6 weeks. The archaeologist had accompanied the London University-sponsored expedition to Egypt. The project had been cursed with ill luck since the first discovery of the tomb several months ago. Its organiser, Dr. Ebenezer Turnbull, was murdered in the actual tomb itself in early March. Another archaeologist, Andrew Weatherby, met a similar fate on board the ship returning to England just last week. The Jardine ship Eastern Empress was the scene of that mysterious death. The shipboard investigation was handled by Captain Herman Ransby and his first officer, Luther Tenney. Scotland Yard has declined to name any suspects at this time. Okay, cool. Recent discovery of the coffin of Alexander the Great. Further examination of the sarcophagi recently discovered in Sadia in Syria shows that among them is the sarcophagus of Alexander the Great containing the body of the monarch. Letters to the editor of the Times. Sir, as a man of science and medicine, I must protest these innuendos of murderous mummies. The ancient Egyptians had progressed, but they had certainly not found the secret of everlasting life in the material world. Even if had they, we cannot bring home the murder of 2 men to a 4,000-year-old mummy. I can only repeat that this is utter nonsense and balderdash, without the slightest scientific basis. A disgrace to the pages of your venerable newspaper. I am, sir, your obedient servant, John Watson. He was Watson. That's so funny. Materio. To the editor of the Times. Sir, with regard to the recent mummy murders, I would like to suggest that we abandon our attempts to disturb the ancients in their graves or otherwise. This applies not only to such excavations as become so common in Egypt, Morocco, and other foreign lands, but also to such projects in our own British Isles. If the hypothesis of such men as James Ferguson, who believes that Stonehenge is the ancient monument of the Saxon Druids is true, we should leave these burial grounds undisturbed. Surely if these murders are the work of some present-day immortal human, the police will discover his identity and bring him to justice. I do sincerely believe, however, we should not meddle in the magic and sorcery, of which we know naught, for we have not the means to control the forces thus unleashed. It's respectfully yours, G.A. Merton. Lovely. Oh my, I can't read all of these. Something about crime, I don't know. Right, what else we got? Sad accident. Mr. Francis Scott died. Good for him. Wrecks and casualties. Someone's steamer. Okay, foreign arrivals. Okay. So which one was that? This one? Any thoughts and prayers. Right. Okay. Recent excavations in Egypt at the London University College on Wednesday afternoon before the appreciative audience. Dr. Ebenezer Turnbull delivered a lecture which dealt with the history of excavations and the method in which they may most profitably be doing it for profit. Be conducted. Dr. Turnbull and archaeologists James Windibank and Andrew Weatherby. These are those are the three people that have died. Dr. Turnbull, Windibank, and Weatherby are embarking this week on a new Egyptian expedition, excavating Catbet's tomb at the head of the Valley of the Kings near Karnak and Luxor. Saturday's lecture was illustrated by photographs shown on thrown on screen by the electric light. Oh my goodness, electricity, which showed vividly and distinctly not only the work done at its various stages, but the modus operandi, the conditions under which work of this character must be carried on, and the instruments necessary for the purpose, and enabled those present to realize that, in classical study as in the sciences, there is an ample field of experiment and discovery open to the individual. Dr. Turnbull prefaced his lecture by explanation of these real objects of the excavations. In these days, whatever might have given the first stimulus to such efforts, the primary motive was certainly not to find and keep treasure any more than it was the aim of the astronomer to possess a star. The modern archaeologist has little to be confounded with the treasure seeker as the mineralogist was to the gold miner. His aim must be to restore to life the monuments of bygone times, to bring vividly before us the various phases of ancient societies, whether civilized and uncivilized. Okay. Lovely. Yeah, it's a bit like visual novels, but I feel like visual novels, they come up and then they go away. You know, it's people talking. We've got murder. Okay, I think that's all that is useful there. Nah, the whole 2 million went towards the Whig sect. Okay, we haven't read this one, I don't think. Someone's drowned. Murder in Bloomsbury. Don't see how this is. I don't see how that's. Queen Anne statue. Lovely. New statue being erected. Ah, there we go. I feel I must write to formally register my outrage at the irresponsible handling by your paper of my recent discovery. Your reporter's insinuation that I lack the credential to unearth such antiquities is an utter affront. For your information, I am a world-renowned authority in my field, especially Egyptian studies. Your reporter obviously has no appreciation for the significance of such a finding and has no understanding of archaeology. I demand a retraction. Prost haste. First haste. Earl of Downey. Okay. We'll want to go visit the Earl. Now what we got? Archaeologist dead in Mummy's tomb. Karnak, March 4th. Professor Ebenezer Turnbull. Get it together, Badge. Organizer of the Catbet Tomb expedition was found dead in the tomb early this morning. The inner chamber was reached early in the year after much difficult labour, and the archaeologists were quite ecstatic over the excellent condition of the sarcophagus, chamber artifacts, and the Catbet mummy itself. The party was in the final weeks of its work in the area when the disaster struck. Mr. Turnbull had worked late into the night, remaining in the chamber alone after other members of his party had retired for the night. His body was discovered by Mr. Andrew Weatherby, another of the project archaeologists. Mr. Turnbull had been strangled to death. Ancient linen bandages were found around his neck. Upon hearing of the professor's death, several of the natives working on the excavation called upon Isis and Osiris for protection and forgiveness for disturbing the sacred tomb. Inscriptions found on the canopic jars and doors indicate that his death may have been the mysterious work of the ancient god Dumatef and his goddess. I'm looking for the keyword Egypt. Man found dead at a theatre. An usher at the Elephant and Castle. Okay. Killed by lightning. Unfortunately, no information about the lions that were murdered. Oldenburg jewels stolen. Disaster at sea. Right, I think we've read them all now. Where was the prostate guy that we were going to go see? Shall we actually go and check out the regulars first, and then we will go see Justice for the Lions, eh? Watson hails a carriage and he and Holmes proceed to the offices of the London Times. Surely Henry, as the editor of the Times, would have some interesting news regarding this case.
It's quite amusing, all this hoopla over a mummy's
It's
purse, I must
so
say.
funny
Not
that
so
three
amusing,
people
of course,
have
the
died.
murder of three
Yeah.
Englishmen.
Yeah.
Have any of your reporters
funny.
uncovered anything new?
Actually, I've been in Paris the past several weeks. Just returned to London on Tuesday. I've had
Been
no
on a gap
involvement
year.
with the writing of any of these articles. I believe they are all the work of Philip Travis. He's one of our young reporters. For a short time, he was the Egyptian correspondent.
Was he sacked?
No. He returned to London just a few days ago. I gather he was reassigned to cover the case from here because he had some familiarity with the murder in Egypt.
Do you know Travis?
Do we think he did it?
Never actually met the chap.
I think he might have
although
done
I
it.
hear he's a bit of an odd duck.
Thanks for your help, Henry.
Anytime. Let me know when you catch the mummy. That's one scoop I'd like to get.
Should we go see Travis? Did you guys catch his last name? Was it Travis Phillips? No. Travis. Travis Egypt. Travis. Oh, he's Philip Travis, not Travis Phillips. Let's go see him.
So you've been reading my articles in the Times. I'm honored. What do you think of them?
This
Quite
guy's the
interesting.
young
You've
guy?
clearly been following the murders quite closely. Who do you suspect?
I believe it is the work of the ancient Egyptian god Pumatef and his goddess Neith.
Be serious.
I couldn't be more serious. You see, Mr. Holmes, although I am a journalist, I was actually trained as an Egyptologist. I know all about these mysteries. That's why my articles carry the force of truth.
And what is the truth, Mr. Travis?
The truth is that the Egyptians discovered the secret of life. What we call science is mere child's play compared to the knowledge they had. Look at this. Do you know what this is?
It appears to be a mummified animal of some sort. A monkey, perhaps?
Precisely.
Quite a conversation piece.
I've been using it in some very important experiments, which, if successful, will unlock the secret to bringing back the souls of the dead. I've been working on it, Mr. Holmes, using these tanner leaves. Watch. Uma Lotus. Licantina. Burura.
It appears that the soul of this particular monkey has no intention of making a reappearance.
It's only a matter of time. I know it is. After all, these secrets have been buried for thousands of years. These things don't happen overnight.
Okay.
But it will happen someday. This is my mission.
Oh dear.
I believe I'll leave you to your work, Mr. Travis.
Don't go
They
yet.
made up.
But let me show you more.
Made up
Thank
this.
Some other time, perhaps.
I wonder if they've made up the goddess's god's name for this. They did talk about Osiris earlier, Urban. I think he did it, Sect. I think he did it. I think he did it, and he wanted to, you know, he was trying to bring him back. I don't know. Let's go see Edward. Well, Watson accompanies Holmes to see the barrister at the Old Bailey. The carriage ride is uneventful, and for reasons unknown, Holmes fears his visit with the Hall will yield similar results.
Sorry, fellows. I don't mean to be brusque, but I am too occupied at the moment to concern myself with these so-called mummy murders. Perhaps if the mummy's solicitor were to contact me, then perhaps I would consider defending him.
Okay, fair enough. Holmes dispatches Watson to check on leads elsewhere as he himself hoofs over to the Police Gazette to speak with Quentin Hogg. Since the reporter loves nothing more than a one-sided conversation, Holmes fears a long afternoon ahead.
Now, the thing what does strike me as odd is the passenger list of the Eastern Empress. Now, I'm not saying it has anything to do with the mummy murders, mind you, but it was a bit out of the ordinary.
Only some of them are green screened.
Akram Palmi, for starters. He's a well-known importer, he is. For a price, a considerable price by all accounts, he can acquire whatever one's heart desires, be it jewels, art objects, or even wild animals, if that's what you fancy. I'd say he was on board that ship to transport something very valuable.
The presence of one high-powered importer on a London-bound vessel is hardly reason for suspicion.
Right-o. But Abdullah al-Saad was also on board.
Oh, yes. The well-known agent for the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire.
You never
Oh,
miss a trick, do you,
hello.
Holmes?
Welcome in,
Well,
Raiders.
whatever
Spider,
it was
thank you very
what
much.
Palmi was carrying, I'd say it was something those
How was
Turks
your
wanted to
stream?
get their hands on.
Okay, we'll go and check on the lad. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. What will we streaming? What will we up to? Give us the 411. Oh my god, it is. It is. It's so we're 1994. 1994, so it's not the oldest. It's not the newest either. It is it's Sherlock Holmes, made by an American company. So if you listen really carefully, you can tell that most of the actors aren't actually British. No, they made FMVs in the 80s. This game got a 5 out of 5 on its reviews. This is the peak of gaming. This is as good as it gets. This is a perfect game. Nothing could be better. There was no room for improvement. So there's been it's the traditional kind of Egyptologist case that we're doing at the moment. They unearthed a mummy, people start popping off, and we've got to figure out if it's like some kind of mummy's curse or whether somebody's done doodling the murderers. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think it's quite good. It is a lot of so one of the reviews did complain that it wasn't a lot of gameplay, that it was a lot of watching video. But I'm like, what else do you... Oh, Brady got scammed. She just left. It's called full motion video for a reason, right? But I think it's quite good. So you read the newspapers. Let me show you. So you go into the newspaper, and this is the newspaper for what looks to be the last few months. And you find information that might relate to your case. You find names and stuff. So like Windy Bank, he's actually one of the people that were killed. And then you go into the directory. You find those people, and then you go and visit them and talk to them. And then you slowly build what you think's happened in the case. And then eventually go to the judge, and you start accusing people. And it's luckily the judge actually knows what's happened in the murder, so he'll tell you when you've got it wrong. But I think it's actually pretty good. It's a pretty good game. How was your stream, though, Spider? How was your stream? What were you up to? Were we XCOM or were we Ultimate today? What were you up to? Yeah, ignore the scoring and just try and solve it with as many leads as you can find. Yeah, I don't really understand the... I don't know what this is supposed to be out of. First I thought it was out of 100. Then I thought it was out of 1,000. And then we went over 1,000? If the judge knows everything, it sounds like he should be Sherlock. Where is he? There he is.
I'm sorry,
Look at him.
gentlemen, but
Look
it
at that
seems
lad.
you will have to turn up a clue or two more before I'll judge this case.
Just checking on the dog. See very few scenes, which is pretty weak. That's true. I guess, so I didn't actually know what happened until right at the end. Oh, I was demolishing half the city to stop the aliens people didn't approve. Well, you know, what do they think is going to happen? Would they rather be dead to the aliens? I don't think so. I think they should be more appreciative of you. How many boys did you lose today? Oh, hello. Hi. Look what Sherlock's up to. I'm gonna sneeze. Bless me. Oh, and then I also say Spider's a wonderful streamer. Yeah, I think most of you guys know Spider, but I really, really do recommend, if you haven't checked her out, to do so this second, right this second. Go click on that. Go click that button. Oh, too much snuff. Oh, I'm so snotty as well now. Who are we gonna go bother? Should we keep doing the regulars? I think we just saw Edward Hall. Let's go see Quentin Hogg. Check on leads. Go speak with Quentin Hogg.
Now, the thing would...
We've just spoken to you. Goodbye. Quentin Hogg did tell me about you.
Well, Holmes, I checked in with Mr. Al-Sad's manservant and...
And you discovered that Mr. Al-Sad was not at home.
But however did you know that?
Elementary, my dear Watson. I noticed some crumpet crumbs from the corner bakery stuck to your lapel. You haven't been gone long enough to stop for tea and interview anyone at length.
Most observant, sir.
Wonderful. Great chat. Great chat. Right, let's wipe my crumpet crumbs off. I haven't had to replace any soldiers in a while, so the ones that you've got are quite beef boys then.
Well, well. If it isn't Mr. Sherlock Holmes, London's most overly praised amateur sleuth, needing the help of the yard again.
Are you going to stand for that, Holmes?
Let's just see who proceeds to solve
I'm actually
this case,
sitting
Watson.
right now. Is that
Inspector
right?
Lestrade, my good man, I'm looking into the cause of James Winterbank's death.
I should have known. That murder has brought out every crank in the city. I think the professional police can wrap this one up.
All the same, could you tell us what you've discovered to date?
One dead archaeologist.
Hello, Anish.
No suspect, no motive.
It's three
And
dead
what of Andrew
archaeologists,
Weatherby's
actually.
death? Have you looked into that?
I have talked to Captain Ramsey, but we have no leads. Look, I'm not even sure that Weatherby's murder falls into our jurisdiction. And if it doesn't, you're not going to find me worrying about it. As it is, I have enough murders to take care of.
All right. As a fog rolls in, as Holmes and Watson take a carriage to the London Library, Watson insists they know more about the mummies if they are going to solve these murders. Holmes is unconvinced but accompanies the good doctor nonetheless.
Here it is, Holmes. Egyptian mummies are embalmed bodies preserved to facilitate their resurrection. Many mummies have been found, and they are almost always the bodies of pharaohs. The pharaohs believed that one day their bodies would be brought back to life. See History of Egyptian Mummies by Pettigrew, London, 1834.
Very good, Watson.
A migraine sidelines the great detective. While he soothes himself, Holmes sends Watson to discuss the murders with a medical examiner, hoping more evidence to support his growing hypothesis.
Beg your pardon, but could I have a word with you, Sir Jasper?
Dr. Watson, of course. Are you investigating the death of Samuel Sneed? I just finished with him.
No, we're interested in James Windibank.
Ah, the mummy's latest victim, of course. Who hired Holmes for this one? King Tut?
Oh, that's a jolly good one. Actually, we don't have a client on this one.
Just for fun, eh? Well, about the only thing I can tell you is that mummy has very powerful hands.
What do you mean?
The trachea was crushed along with one of the vertebrae of the neck. Death was instantaneous. Snap.
But the papers' reports say that there were mummy wrappings found round the neck.
Just window dressing. Without question, it was bare hands. The bruises and the way that the vertebrae
I didn't know there were
crushed
bears in
leave
Egypt.
No doubt about that.
Thank you very much for your time, Sir Jasper. We're very much appreciative.
Not at all, Watson. You will let me know when you've convicted the mummy.
Beg your pardon?
Well, so I can perform an autopsy on him. Would be most fascinating, don't you think?
Texas.
Ho ho ho, that's a jolly
Ho.
good 25 months,
Ho.
Watson.
Ho! Pixels, thank you very, very much for 25 months. Thank you very much. Happy Tuesday. Is that right? Are we Tuesday today? Thank you very much.
Pettigrew wrote this book over 50 years ago, and there's still nothing better on the subject. Fascinating. Just fascinating. And what can I do for you today, Whitson?
It's Watson, sir.
Watson, yes, of course.
It's Tuesday
We're
with a few less
interested in what you
vowels.
may have learned about this mummy case.
Oh, so these days it's mummies you're chasing down with that fella Helms.
It's Holmes, sir.
This is what I said now, isn't it, Whitson?
Yes, I believe you did, sir.
Let me show you what I found
Yeah,
so
we're looking
far.
for some MILFs.
This is the bit of linen that was found round the neck of James Windibank. I examined it thoroughly, and it is quite old, perhaps thousands of years. However, it is not the murder weapon.
Are you certain of that?
Aye. The linen is quite old, but it's not at all strong enough to strangle a grown man.
Very interesting, sir.
I also found something quite fascinating. Take a look through this glass. Do you see those short hairs on the fabric?
They look precisely like hairs.
Cat.
Of course they look like hairs. But what kind of hairs?
Cat hairs.
They're not human hairs.
Cat.
They're dog hairs. Now, look at this. This piece of linen was found round the neck of the victim on board the ship.
I love
Now,
how
his
the
name was
actor's not really
Leonard
sure what he's
something.
looking at.
It is also quite old, and on it I found more hairs.
Oh my
More
god.
dog hairs? No, my dear man, monkey hairs. I've not yet been able to identify the precise species, but it's just extraordinary, isn't it?
Quite. But what do you think it all means?
Well, I'm not the sort who likes to jump to conclusions, Whitson. But I can assure
Never.
you that neither of these bandages were the murder weapons.
Okay. Cool. A dog and a monkey. A dog and a monkey walk into a bar, Brad. Gams, good morning. Good morning, good morning. Do you think the dog or the monkey did it? Gams? Based on absolutely no information. The detective decide to stroll to the Office of Records department as Watson insists the fresh air will do the investigation good. Holmes is not sure, but humours the good doctor.
Well, Holmes, it appears we're out of luck. The clerk told me that O'Brien is off on holiday.
Society's Club is not the venue that Holmes and Watson frequent, let alone belong. However, the detectives know that Langdale Pike knows what goes on behind closed doors more than anyone in London. Well, they just said something with a lot of force. What about... Oh, Fred, you know, Anubis. Yeah? No, you don't have to know them personally, but you know Anubis. that is a dog with man hands. So, head of the dog, hands of the man.
I know only a very little about two of the unfortunate gentlemen. I do recall that Turnbull was quite an eccentric chap. I don't believe he ever married, nor did he take his rightful place in London society.
I love how
what of
big this guy's eyes are.
A quiet academic sort, as far as I can tell. Married to a woman called Hildegard. There
Anubis
was
is the
one
prime
spot of
suspect.
controversy that I can recall. It seems a few years back he had a run-in with the Anti-Vivisectionist League.
No, but of course.
It seems that during a lecture on the advancement of science, he spoke of the autopsy of his own pet, a recently deceased Yorkshire Terrier. Well, I can tell you the Times received a great deal of letters to the editor condemning him on that one. Even one from a Louise Fenwick, who threatened to vivisect him.
Oh, dear.
Yeah.
Well, then I surmise it's Weatherby you know nothing about.
Well, now that you mention it, I believe he was assisting Professor Windybank in that lecture series.
All right. Who was that? Louise. What was her name? What was her name, lads? I've already forgotten. Hang on. We're going to have to listen to him again. Sorry.
I know only a very little about two of the unfortunate gentlemen. I do recall that Turnbull was quite an eccentric chap. I don't believe he ever married, nor did he take his rightful place in London society.
And what of Windybank?
A quiet academic sort, as far as I can tell.
Mm-hmm.
Married to a woman called Hildegard.
Okay, we will need to go
There
see
was one
Hildegard
spot of
Windybank.
controversy that I can recall. It seems a few years back he had a run-in with the Anti-Vivisectionist League.
No, but of course.
It seems that during a lecture on the advancement of science, he spoke of the autopsy of his own pet, a recently deceased Yorkshire Terrier. Well, I can tell you the Times received a great deal of letters to the editor condemning him on that one. Even one from a Louise...
Okay, Louise Fenwick. Cap in hand, the men leave 221 Baker Street and journey to the other side of town to visit the haughty Fenwicks. They hope for a tidbit of information.
I'm sorry, but I don't know anything about the death of old... whatever his name was.
Andrew Weatherby.
Fact is, I only saw the gentleman once, just as we were boarding. And
Those
I'll
wigs.
tell you, I resented the first officers questioning us on the matter, and I resent yours.
The whole voyage was a disaster from beginning to end. Our accommodations were positively abysmal. They wouldn't even let us bring Dickie into our cabin.
Dickie? Her high-strung, distasteful little mutt.
How can you say that, Merrill? You know Dickie is a blue-blooded Yorkshire Terrier. Mumsy will be with you in just a moment, Dickiekins.
Take that out of fucking
He's
context.
a bit under the weather, you know. That's why we were only able to stay in Egypt for 2 weeks.
Mumsy will
Dickie
be
was
over
so
in a minute.
Disappointed. He so wanted to see the Sphinx.
Mr. Holmes is not interested in your incessant whining, Louise.
Oh, now I whine, do I?
Why does he have to
There
be
was a
called
time
Dickie?
you thought I had a lovely speaking voice. It's true, Mr. Holmes. He once adored me.
No doubt.
Oh, for the love of God, Louise, spare us your blubbering.
Okay, Dickie couldn't go in the cabin. Lovely. It is, Brooks, it is. It is. Should we go see Windybank's, So they said that Hildegard Windybank. Is it not Windybank? Hildegard. I'm not seeing any Hildegard. Maybe she's at his... just at his home. All right, we will finish checking this then. Hey, Pino! You know, you're in the perfect place then. A quick carriage ride takes Holmes to the Raven and Rat Inn. Before stepping inside, the consulting detective is neatly flattened by an intoxicated patron stumbling from the inn.
There was a couple of blokes in here just a fortnight ago what mentioned the Eastern Empress. Never seen 'em before, haven't seen 'em since. One was a swarthy fellow, Arab unless I miss my guess. The other was an old English gent. I overheard 'em say something about a
Why
bird
is he holding his
and
apron
later
up?
caught the name of the ship. I hope that helps you. Care for a drink, yeah?
Why do we look like we're about to burst into fucking tears as well? They're beautiful. They're great acting skills. They're great. Do you like the English accent as well? A quick carriage ride takes Holmes and Watson to Somerset House. Certainly, they will have information on the wills of the dead man or
Mr.
men.
Turnbull apparently left what little he had to the Egyptology department at London University.
Okay.
And Windbank left everything to his wife Hildegard.
What about Weatherby?
Ditto. Everything was left to his wife Clarissa. Although being such a young chap, it hardly seems that he had much to leave at all.
Rooks, is the board game worth playing? All right, let's. Oh, there we go. No, Hilda. See if an elderly widow.
I question why
we came to this as well. Right. Let's go to. Let's go to Windybank's home. Armed with information he has discovered both in the Times and conversations with reliable sources, Holmes sets out alone in hopes of a revelatory conversation with Windybank's widow.
James was so thrilled when
You
Dr.
were-
Turnbull invited him to join the expedition.
This lady was in
He
the last
felt
game.
He'd spent his entire life reading books about archaeology,
Love
and
the
now
green
was
screen.
finally getting an opportunity to go out into the field.
Tell me, Mrs. Winterberg, when your husband returned, did he discuss the deaths of his colleagues?
Of course. James was extremely upset. I know he did not believe a curse to be responsible. My husband was a man of science.
Was he STEM-minded? Was he a STEM-minded individual, Mrs. Windybank? Okay, who else have we got? Weatherby. Weatherby. Watson asks as Holmes reaches for his deerstalker hat. The great detective reminds the good doctor of the articles in the paper and the unfortunate demise of Andrew Weatherby.
I'm very sorry to intrude on you in your moment of grief.
Oh, that's quite all right. You know, Andrew and I hadn't been married very long.
Long enough to know if he had any enemies?
Oh, Andrew was so unassuming. Everyone liked him.
Including Mr. Uruburu?
I really loved my husband.
I'm sure you did. Oh!
I didn't
English
say that
coffee.
you didn't.
My favorite.
Would you like one?
Please.
Oh, we're trying to see how strong our hands
Sorry.
are.
You'll have to open this yourself. I've never been any good with these things.
We were trying to see how strong our grippers were. Oh. All right. Let's have a look. Let's go see Anthony. Good doctor receives a telegram summoning him to the home of one of his patients. Mr. Holmes hails a carriage and proceeds to Mr. Uruburu's home in hopes of a clue or two.
If this is an inconvenient time, perhaps I could come back, Mr. Uruburu.
I wouldn't hear of it. Just a bit of a hangover. I've weathered plenty worse than this.
I'm investigating the death of Andrew Weatherby. You were on the ship with him out of Cairo. Did you happen to make his acquaintance?
Weatherby, a most tedious fellow.
So tedious, one might want to do him in.
Don't be preposterous. In my condition, I couldn't have done anything of the sort.
What condition was that?
And I thought you were a great detective. The first night out, a few of us threw a bit of a bash that went on until we docked in London.
Bit of a bash.
Did Mrs. Weatherby attend this particular bash?
She was the guest of honor, you might say.
Oh, it's an affair. They're having an affair. They're having an affair. Okay, right. Who else are we seeing? The Weathersbys. Shelley. Well, I thought, since her last name was like one of the victims, that someone might say something about her in the murders, Watson explains to the incredulous Sherlock Holmes as they head out the door.
It appears that they've just left.
Okay. She was not relevant. Okay. Fair enough. Do we have anybody else that we wanted to speak to that's jumping out at me? We could go see the shipping company. After reading an article in the Times, Holmes hurries Watson into a carriage, believing that time is of the essence as they head over to the shipping company.
Here is a
there we
passenger
go.
list you requested, sir.
Louise. All right. It'd be nice if I got to keep those, but I doubt they are anywhere that I can see, which is great. Yeah, no, we just spoke to them.
Hello, I'm a respected English actor, offering my services for this professional home mission production. I have been in many productions in the West End of Slough, and my King Lear was the talk of the Western Supermare Working Men's Club. Can I put you in touch with my agent?
Fixed, thank you. Actor, thank you. I'm not upset because I'd only just got married. Sounds like she maybe wasn't that attached to the guy. But she did have strong enough grippers. Maybe she facilitated the murder.
Here is a passenger list you requested, sir.
Okay. So we've seen... I think there's only one guy that we haven't seen. Doesn't seem he's here. Oh, shit. I wish they'd fucking flash it up on screen for a little bit longer.
Here is a passenger list you
Okay, thank you. In the mist seems to rise from the Thames as the men cross a bridge on their way to meet with Akram Fahmy, a handler of historical relics.
Hello? Is anyone
He's dead?
Are you at home?
Apparently so, Watson. Look.
Oh, what ghastly business. Everyone will assume the mummy has struck again.
Hardly a plausible assumption. This poor fellow has a knife in his back and not a scrap of sheeting about his neck.
How very observant, Holmes.
Ring up Scotland Yard. This case is simple
really
enough for them to
sarcastic.
solve.
You've solved it already?
Elementary, my dear Watson. Obviously, it was the butler.
Butler? What butler?
Exactly my point. A man as wealthy as Akram Fahmy would always have a manservant about him. After the foul deed, this one obviously beat a hasty retreat.
Maybe it's just decorative, yeah. Maybe it's like part of his coat. So he's just asleep. Or, one of those production knives that retract. He's just pretending. Just asleep. He fell asleep while he was rehearsing Romeo and Juliet. Oh, there we go. Oh, no. Okay. I thought it was going to give me all of my documents, but it won't. Okay. Well, was there anyone else on the shipping company?
Here is a passenger list you requested, sir.
James Windybank. I think we've seen everyone. Yeah. So let's go to the Archaeology Society. Agrees to a trip to the Archaeological Society, might wrap a lineup of their investigation.
This seemed to be a dead end.
Oh.
No one had any information that could help us solve this case. British Museum, maybe? Holmes logically concludes that the clues to this case point to visiting the museum. Watson heartily agrees and follows the detective out the door.
Windybank's body was found in the mummy case.
Inside it?
Precisely. One of the guards, Henry Witherspoon, discovered it when making his rounds. He noticed that the lid was askew and a hand was sticking out of it. By the look on his face when he came to summons me, he must have thought that the mummy was attempting to leave its resting place. Some of the guards have been a bit on edge, you know, since the stories about Dr. Turnbull's death.
What happened when you arrived at the scene?
Witherspoon assisted me in removing the lid. And there was the body of James Windibank.
Feels like it must have been
Round
done by
his
2
neck
people,
was a
because otherwise
bandage
they
of
wouldn't have
linen.
been able to pick up
And
the
the mummy
lid.
was missing?
No, it was in there too. Underneath poor Windibank, completely undisturbed, not a length of its sheeting unraveled.
Who had access to the exhibit room?
Well, the room was officially closed yesterday while we set up the exhibit, but the museum was open and we took no extraordinary precautions to keep people out.
Can you think of anyone who might have wanted to kill Windibank?
None at all. I actually didn't know him very well. He did work for the museum, you see. He was with the London University. The university and the museum were joint sponsors of the Ketterbeck expedition.
Mr. Johnson, can you think of anything whatsoever
the
that might shed
university.
some light on this affair?
No, I'm very sorry. I can't think of a thing.
Oh, he's a bit sassy, isn't he?
I only hope that all this publicity doesn't keep people away from the exhibit.
He's a bit fucking sassy, isn't he? Okay, let's go to the university. Watson states the obvious when he recommends the trip to the Egyptology department is in order. Holmes commends the good doctor and ushers him out of the door into the fading sunlight.
Such a tragedy. Fine men all, and such outstanding scholars. I still can't quite get over the shock of it.
We understand.
Professor, we're looking for background information on these 3 men so that we can understand how their murders might tie together.
Well, let me begin with Dr. Turnbull. Ebenezer Turnbull was responsible for organizing the Carteret expedition. Quite a remarkable man, really. This was the first time he teamed up with James Windibank. Professor Windibank was one of our most popular lecturers. In fact, several of his former students were also eager to accompany him. I recall him saying that he was having difficulty choosing. Weatherby turned out to be the lucky one.
Okay.
Though it seems far from it now, doesn't it? I suppose Smith and Travis turned out to be the lucky ones after all.
Smith and Travis?
Peter Smith accepted the invitation to join another expedition. As for Philip Travis, he was quite keen on accompanying Professor Windibank. In fact, he became exceedingly upset when Andrew Weatherby, a postgraduate student in the department, was chosen instead. Took it rather personally, I should say.
Okay. We've already visited Travis, so let's go visit Peter. Peter Smith. Having heard Mr. Smith's name from Henry Ellis, Holmes travels to the man's residence, hoping that the long trip will be worth the effort.
Sorry I can't help you, Ducky, but Mr. Smith has been out of the country since the middle of March. He's a good-looking bloke, except for the dirt under his fingernails.
Okay. Right. Great. Ironically, the doctor isn't feeling well, so Holmes decides to pay a visit to the home of the late Ebenezer Turnbull by himself.
Dr. Turnbull, he was a strange
this is
one.
another
he was.
one of the
Hardly ever
victims.
at home, always traipsing about to Lord knows where.
May I take a look at his things?
Oh, suit yourself. All he had is a big pile of books about Egyptian mummies and a few maps. He was a son of an earl, he was. Though you hardly tell from looking at him, poor fellow. Do you really think this mummy thing's what's done him in?
Do you think she's got something to do with the lion's
Yours
breakfast?
says.
Alright. Got anything? Oh, the lady was nice enough. She looked about like someone who was going to jump out of the bushes. She did. I don't know what that means. Okay, let's have a look at the shipping. Isn't one of the shipping companies like a next? Okay, I don't think we really need to be. Yeah, we don't need to be him. Okay. Criminal investigations, maybe?
Well, well. If it isn't Mr. Sherlock Holmes,
We have
London's
spoken
most
to him
overly
before.
praised amateur
But I didn't know whether maybe he has something to say. Oh, let's go see Porky. Have we already been to see Porky?
There was a couple of blokes in here.
Yeah, we have. We have. Okay, shall we send the irregulars to Porky? Porky overheard An Arab talking with an English sent about a ship named the Eastern Empress. I don't think we can visit the Eastern Empress, though. Maybe we send the irregulars to go and visit. Oh, we also wanted to have a look at the newspapers as well. Gent. Oh, an English gent, did it say? I want to send them to Travis as well. Shutters were drawn tight, heard some weird chanting, think I did. Okay. I think Travis is the wacky one with the monkey mummy. Right, let's...
It's quite amusing, all this hoopla over a mummy.
Oh, we've already spoken to you. Police Gazette, maybe?
Now, the thing what does strike me...
We've already spoken to you, sir. Have we spoken to the Financial Times?
This seems...
Didn't need to, right. Yeah, Travis had the monkey mummy, and there was monkey hair discovered on the ancient Egyptian. Trying to see if there's anything. The hospital, maybe?
Beg your pardon, but could I have a word with you, Sir Jasper?
Dr. Watson, of course.
Yeah, we've already spoken to you. No, it was monkey and dog hair. We haven't figured out where the dog hair is from, though. Records office. Right.
This seemed...
Somerset House. Let's have a look. Let's have a look, Chad.
Mr.
For the
Turnbull
wills.
apparently left what little he had to
have.
the Egyptology department at London University. And Windbank left everything to his wife Hildegard.
What about
Weatherby?
His wife Clarissa.
Everything was left to his wife Clarissa. Although being such a young chap, it hardly seems that he had much to leave at all.
Yeah. Okay. Anyone here? London Library. We could go to the station. Why would we go to the station, though? We been to Quentin Hogg yet?
No.
Yeah. You. Yes, we have. Ah, do you think maybe the hotels?
They had absolutely no...
Okay, no. What about the other hotel?
This...
No. Okay. We could go see our brother. It took some cajoling, but Watson finally convinced Holmes to share a carriage and accompany him to his brother Mycroft's residence.
What did you learn, Watson?
Not a thing, Holmes.
Oh.
You learned?
Maybe the restaurant?
It appears that they've just...
So we checked the archaeological...
This seemed to be...
Yeah, no one's home. I don't see anyone. I mean, we can start trying to brute force it.
I question why...
I question why we're here as well. Let's keep going. Might know something about the case, even though Holmes doubt these murders are linked to tropical diseases.
They had
Okay, no. We've seen you. Have we been here? Suffering from a bout of gastritis. gastritis, Holmes is given a tonic by the good doctor. Once he has settled, the pair set out. Why is this the flavor text? Pairs set out to find more about the society.
It appears that they've just...
Okay, they just left. Having just had diarrhea. Holmes learns that Miss Antenmu is in town on holiday and insists she may be assistance in this case. Refusing a carriage, the consulting detective moves briskly through the dark London streets. The good old doctor is close to his heels.
What did you learn, Watson?
Not
Absolutely
a thing,
nothing.
Holmes.
You learned...
Classic bout of explosive diarrhea. You know, crime does that to you.
This seemed to be a dead end.
Dead end, okay. Okay, we're gonna go to the
appears
bank.
that they've just left.
Okay.
There are fresh footsteps retreating.
Shame. I wanted to see the money. Right, John Barrymore. A light rain moves in as a carriage containing the detectives splashes through the dirty streets of London.
Pity. It appears that...
Baskervilles. The men leave the comforts of their Baker Street flat on a mission to visit their old colleague, Sir Charles Baskerville.
They had absolutely no information pertaining to...
By the time they got there, Holmes, once again, needed the toilet, so they went home. Watson is positively giddy with the idea of meeting an actual published author. Holmes corrects the doctor's pointing out that he himself has written many dissertations.
Pity.
Okay, no one's in. Let's go to the baths. A bath at this hour? Holmes queries the good doctor. Watson is undeterred, and the consulting detective reluctantly agrees to accompany him.
It appears that...
Thought it'd be a good opportunity to wipe the shit off of our ass. Right. As a carriage arrives at the residence, Watson nearly drags Holmes inside, believing that the Times contributor has information regarding the mummies.
Sorry, Holmes. No information here.
Well, let's not dawdle, Watson.
Good for me. Okay. Next. Miss Strouds the narrow London streets as Watson make their way to the homes of Miss Calville.
I question...
Nope. Chelsea Bards, complaining that his gout is acting up. Watson limps after Holmes as they head to the bathhouse to investigate.
This seemed to be a...
Okay. This guy was in the paper. Despite the hour, Watson practically drags Holmes to the Times office, but not before consulting detective changes his attire to something more suitable.
What did you learn, Watson?
Absolutely nothing. Okay. Holmes wouldn't normally accompany Watson to a location that doesn't seem pertinent to the case, but his love for music convinces him otherwise. Malicious mendicant? Malicious mendicant monkey mummies murdering men for monetary motives.
Pity.
Watson's constant needling about the various London residents they know. Little about has worn down the great detective, who reluctantly agrees to visit Mr. Cox.
Sorry, Holmes.
No information here, Mr. Holmes. Maybe
and here
Curtis?
we see the legendary detective Sherlock Holmes as he sits down and absolutely demolishes his porcelain throne with weeks' worth of explosive dye.
The way David stressed. Absolutely demolishes. Well, David, you've really stepped up. Yes, thank you. Really stepped up for that one. During the carriage ride to Mr. Curtis's homes, Watson blathers on about about the West London cricketers as Holmes feigns interest.
I question...
Holmes and Watson are already out and about when they happen upon E.B. Curtis's home and decide to check on the tennis player. Holmes comments that the trip to Devry will be quite dull, prompting Watson to retort that might be more sparkling if he went along. Holmes is not amused.
It appears.
The carriage navigates the maze known as the streets of London.
Pity.
What about you? Oh, a name he saw mentioned in the Times?
What did you learn, Watson?
Not a thing.
Nothing. Great. Good for me. What about this one?
This seemed to...
Sorry, Holmes.
Oh, okay.
We'll all be dead by the time you solve this.
We've run out of options. We're just having to brute force it. Thank you. I am picking them one by one. Okay. Why are we going to go see a stockbroker? I don't know.
This seemed...
Okay, dead end.
They had absolutely no
Oh, we're going to the theatre. I wish it had like a little bit of a explanation about what these places were.
It's quite amusing.
We've already spoken to you, sorry, sir. Didn't mean to. What about you? We did finish Gora's Friday last week. Monday this week. No, Friday.
Testy, Holmes. There wasn't
yeah,
anyone
Friday
about.
last week.
My humble apologies, Watson.
No, we've been there already.
It appears that...
We've been to you. What about you?
Pity.
Do you actually get a different info if you go do...
Hello?
I think you get the same video every time. There's that dead guy.
Such a tragedy.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
We've been to see you already.
All right. Oh, I'm Santa.
Hi, Chris.
You're silly.
They had
Pixels, thank you. Thank you.
It appears...
Sorry.
This seemed...
Oh my goodness, lads.
It appears...
Foreign Office! Yeah?
They had
No.
Sorry, Holmes.
No, no, okay.
Sorry, fellow.
This guy's, yeah, doesn't have any information either. We've been to Hog. We haven't been to we have been to Mycroft. Have we been to any of the hotels? No, yes, we have. We've tried the hotels already. Holmes is flabbergasted as to why Watson insists on visiting the home of his housekeeper. The good doctor explains that she deals with a great many telegrams and may have read something. Yeah, yell every time so I can pretend I knew. The Imperial Theatre, obviously!
This seemed to be...
Sorry, Holmes.
This...
Maybe we've been everywhere. Maybe I should know already. Should I know?
Pity.
Oh, the Plant Club! No.
This...
Our gout is flaring up again. Nope. Maybe there's something to read. So we've read all the newspapers.
Pity.
They had Sorry.
Pity.
Pity? Australia is not at all near Egypt, Holmes chides. Watson then... Watson. When the good doctor suggests there may be a connection between the two countries.
This...
What did you learn, Watson?
This
Dead end.
Pity.
I might have to just start taking them to court and start. Oh,
They had
no. One.
Pity.
Hey, Rug. So we've been to see Inspector Lestrade.
This seemed to...
I hope this one violin player that goes meh is getting paid super well.
Here it is, Holmes. Egyptian mummies are
We've already read
embalmed
this,
bodies preserved to
I hope they get
facilitate their
paid
resurrection.
like
Many
appearance.
mummies have been found, and they are almost always the bodies of
Big
pharaohs.
payday for them today.
The pharaohs believed that one day their bodies would be brought back to life. See History of Egyptian Mummies by Pettigrew, London, 1834.
Very good, Watson.
Such a tragedy.
We've already been here.
They had a...
I question...
Beg your pardon.
Oh, we've already seen you. Sorry, sir. Mummy! Someone's called Mummy. Well, I thought, you know, if her last name was Mummy, that someone would mention the murders to her, and she might be of some help. Watson explains to an incredulous Sherlock as he heads out the door.
What did you learn, Watson?
Not a thing, Holmes.
You learned nothing?
Pettigrew wrote this book over 50
Have we wait, I'm gonna...
years ago, and there's still nothing better on the subject. Fascinating. Just
Maybe we should go
fascinating.
see Pettigrew.
And what can I do for you today, Whitson?
It's Watson, sir.
Watson, yes, of course.
We're interested in what you may have learned about this mummy case.
Oh, so these days it's mummies you're chasing
Yeah,
down.
he's going to tell us about the fact that he found monkey Pettigrew. Do we have Pettigrew? He is the son of John Pettigrew, Watson points out as Holmes for the 7th time in many minutes. Knowing that Hiram does not share his father's interests, Holmes doubt the trip is worthwhile.
They had absolutely...
Okay, never mind. Guys, we just keep
I'm
going.
always chasing down your badger mummies.
Breakfast, thank you very much. Thank you. Oh dear, is that... I just... Yancy Nancy, maybe? Ebenezer!
Pity.
Oh. Let's go see how many points we've got. Give away. Should we see how many points we've got? See if we're close to finishing. Wah! Thank you, Loss. The young lad, what, Travis Phillips. So we've been to see him already. But I'm not sure whether he's going to have anything new to say to us. We could go see Travis. Or is it Philip Travis? Travis.
So you've been reading my
Nancy.
articles in the Times. I'm honored. What do
Same thing. Just ask the judge, do you think? ye old Cheshire cheese. Cheese, grummet. I mean, we have loads of points. We've got more points than we did last time. Holmes and Watson leave 221 Baker Street and hurry to the Queen's Court and present their case before the magistrate. Armed with information about the mummy murders, the detectives cut a swath through the London fog and head to the Queen's Court. Believing they have solved the case of 3 dead Englishmen, Holmes and Watson hail a carriage and are whisked away to the Queen's Court. Maybe it's super easy. Maybe it's just super easy and we're overcomplicating it. Maybe it's literally just Travis Phillips and we don't need to think about it. Who murdered him?
Mr. Holmes, I understand you've been looking into the mummy murders.
Yes, my lord.
Tell me then, who was and what makes you so certain?
Because you didn't reject that answer and make me start it again, so I'm pretty certain.
Turnbull refused to honor Travis's press credentials. Turnbull publicly lambasted. Jeopardizing Travis's job.
Terribly sorry, gentlemen, that is not at all correct.
How does he know, though? How do you know?
Hear ye, hear ye. The Queen's Court now stands in order.
$2 million, Ruck. $2 million. Okay.
Mr. Holmes, I understand you've been... And what makes you so
Were they
certain?
both interested in Clarissa didn't mention
Travis'
this.
motive for killing Turnbull?
Okay.
And what of Andrew Weatherby? Who murdered him?
I don't know. I didn't know they had different murders.
Do you reckon it was Clarissa? Do you reckon it was just Travis again? Should we just say it was Travis? Oh no, who was the third guy that died? Maybe it was him.
What was the other guy's name? Weatherby, was it? Windybank.
Terribly sorry, gentlemen, that is not at all correct.
I wonder if replay would... Okay, cool.
Mr. Holmes, I understand you've been looking into the
Travis.
mummy murders. And what
Doctor's
makes you
credentials.
so...
I'm going to say Travis again.
Weatherby?
Yeah, okay. Travis
So,
killed him.
You say Travis killed Turnbull and Weatherby?
The Times
did, my
was
lord.
planning to replace Travis with Weatherby as the new Egyptian
motive to
correspondent.
kill Weatherby, Mr.
Okay, Travis was angry that Weatherby was chosen for the expedition instead of himself. That's all we've got to. That's all we have evidence for. So, okay, cool. Who murdered James
revenge,
Windybank?
the oldest
Travis
motive in the
again. He killed all 3 of them.
This Travis seems to be quite a busy fellow. What made him kill
It's
James
Travis. He did it as a experiment. Or because he didn't... What do you think, lads? Oh, it's actually really good, Rug. It's really good. Travis also killed those lions?
Well, you've done an admirable job in resolving this mystery. I'd say you're on a par with just about any other armchair detective out there.
Thank you.
I would suggest, however, that you rethink this case again, thereby improving your sleuthing skills.
I hate that he tells me that at the end. It feels really rude. He's like, do it again.
There we go. Well, I talked with Mr. Holmes about this whole mummy business. As far as clue points go, here's how you did. You can listen to how he did it, or try again to see if you can do better. Look, Holmes got 35. Oh my god, is the whole thing to get the lowest score possible? Is that the goal? Like, Holmes did it in 35 points and it took me 19,035. I thought it was see how many points you can get. God, I look like a fucking idiot now. I mean, I could have guessed it was this because he was the obvious. I just didn't. You guys are so mean. Look, if you cover this up, look, it's if you blink really fast, we've got the same score. Yeah. Yeah, these dumbasses in golf, they don't nearly get a high score as I do. You got an F grade. Oh, but F's higher in the alphabet. That means I get better, right? I'm going for a Z next time. Wow. I thought I was supposed to be getting the highest score possible. Okay, cool. He said I was average. That's even worse, though.
Well, Watson, I believe this case is solved. And for your information, it was not the mummy.
Come, Holmes. I never thought for a moment it was the mummy.
Of course not.
Mummy?
However, the murderer and the mummy did have one thing in common.
What's that?
They both were the only ones present at the time of the murders, except, of course, the victims.
You state the obvious, Holmes.
Ah, but it is seeing the obvious that is important. First, I saw no reason to assume that we were dealing with more than one murderer. Secondly, the locations of the murders limited the number of suspects.
Limited them? The first murder was in Egypt, the second on ship in the middle of the sea, and the third in London. You call the entire populations of London and Egypt a limited number of suspects?
No, Watson. We had to find someone who was in Egypt for the first murder, on the ship for the second, and in London for the third.
Oh, but of course.
According to the newspapers, the Eastern Empress
thought
was
there was
in
a
Bombay
maximum
at the
score
time
I
of the
could get, and
Badgertail
that's what I was
Turnbull's
aiming for,
murder,
sec.
so that eliminated the ship's crew as suspects. Thus, I needed the list of passengers who boarded the ship at Cairo. It was our visit to Jardine, Mason and Company that provided our first critical clue. From it, I learned that Philip Travis was a passenger. I then learned that Travis was the chap who reported on the first murder. He became one suspect, but I had no motive. Clarissa Weatherby, who was also at the scene of the murder in Cairo, was another possible suspect, since she appears to have had a bit of a dalliance with Mr. Uruburu there on the high seas. So I had found her motive for the murder of Weatherby, but not a motive for the murder of the others.
Then whom did you eliminate?
Mrs. Weatherby. Her hands were not strong enough even to open a jar of English toffee, let alone strangle a grown man.
God.
And what of
She could be
Travis's
faking
motive?
it, though, right?
It seems that Travis was a student in the Egyptology department at London University and had studied under James Windibank. He wanted very badly to be chosen as a member of the expedition, but Windibank turned him down. Instead, Weatherby was chosen, and Travis was furious. So there you have the motive for two of the murders.
And what of his motive for the murder of Turnbull?
Evidently, Travis had written a vicious article questioning Dr. Turnbull's credentials to lead the expedition. Turnbull's response was quite harsh, probably powerful enough to drive an odd duck like Travis to murder.
Very impressive, Holmes.
Elementary, my dear Watson.
I love the sitcom music at the end. Right. Everybody clap. We did it. And we got a perfect score, alright? Next game. We're just fucking knocking him out of the park. The Tin Soldier. That's last game of the 3. Absolutely fucking demolishing. Sorry, you're not missing anything. Yeah. Call me Demolition Man, because we're demolishing him. What are we? The Tin Soldier. Okay. Mm-hmm. Did Watson get paid for praising Holmes? Or do you think it's like a kind of dominatrix relationship they have? Like, Holmes likes to be praised. It's the opposite of, like, when you get off on being insulted. It's decidedly so. Decidedly so. Uh-huh.
Watson, can you turn down your music, my dear man?
So thank you. Do you guys want to watch the introduction? You know, for the last time. Some of you might have missed it at the beginning of the game.
London
See, it looks exactly like
is
Prince
not
Charles.
a beautiful city.
Yeah, you'd love to.
Under the soot that covers its buildings is a teeming mass of 4 million souls trying to survive, mostly off of each other. You see it in the paper every day. Thankfully, we have the London Times to keep us informed of all these troubling activities with an unbiased eye and razor-sharp accuracy.
Oh, yeah.
We find this
Newspaper
publication
really
to be
well
an
known to
invaluable
be
assistance
unbiased,
in our
so that's-
investigations, and I'm sure you will as well. Among the forces of evil which run rampant in this city, there are also, thankfully, two groups of individuals who will aid us in our cause. As we do, they attempt to right wrongs and restore harmony and civility to the streets of London. The first of these groups is a ragtag association of young ruffians. I call them the Baker Street Irregulars. Don't let them fool you. They may be scruffy and ill-bred, but they are on the right side of the law. They can go everywhere, see everything, and overhear everyone. They are my eyes and ears in the streets of London.
I think Watson
Unquestionably a
just
tremendous
looks,
asset in our work.
Looks stupid
They
compared
will
to
help
Sherlock,
us in
if
our
that makes sense.
investigations if they can. The other group is a far more civilized collection of gentlemen and institutions. I call them the Baker Street Regulars. They, too, will be extremely useful in our work.
Don't feel uneasy. He's just
At the
looking
start
into your
of any
soul.
investigation,
It's all right.
do keep in mind
As
that
long
it
as
is
you
a
don't have
capital
anything
mistake to
you
theorize
know,
before
what do
one
you have
has
to hide
data.
from Sherlock?
Unwittingly, one begins to twist facts
Just wants to know how
to
regular
suit
you
theories instead of theories to suit
Riz.
facts. The people and places to whom I will now introduce you will help us to collect the facts. May we use them wisely. Come, the game's afoot.
Come! Oh my god. Right, let's go. Play the game. Inspector Smythe is greeted at the door of 221B Baker Street by Holmes's housekeeper, Mrs. Hudson. The consulting detective and the good doctor bid him to enter. After foregoing a cup of tea, the inspector sits heavily in a sitting chair and looks to the men with
famous
anticipation.
actor Chris Pratt here. Did you know that I starred in this 1990 for
You
Sherlock
did?
Holmes game?
Chris,
I play
I
3
didn't
different
know.
roles, and I challenge you to figure out which ones.
Thank you, Ross. I think he played Sherlock, Watson, and Mrs. Hudson. Andrew, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in. Come in. All three of them are Quen and Hogg. I like how so the inspector sits heavily in a sitting chair, as opposed to sitting heavily in a standing chair.
May we be of some assistance, Inspector Smythe?
Look at that fucking sitting
General
chair. Look at him.
Farnsworth Armstead, one
Oh,
of the
yeah.
6
Sitting
surviving
like Commander
Waterloo
Riker.
Tontine ticket holders, has been murdered.
Waterloo Tontine?
The Waterloo Tontine was a lottery of sorts, Watson. It was set up in 1815 to aid the veterans of the Battle of Waterloo. Wellington's victory over Napoleon.
Yes, of course. I knew that.
Quite an ingenious plan on the part of the founders. £1 bought a ticket in the name of some young relative. The ticket proceeds amounted to over £1 million. Half went immediately to veterans and their families for medical and hardship expenses.
What became of the other half?
It all went into an account at the Bank of England, where it's been collecting interest all these years.
Very clever. And how does one win this prize?
Simply by outliving all the other ticket holders.
And now you say one of them has been murdered. Very suspicious. Who are the remaining 5?
The oldest is Captain Robert Jurgens, age 82. Then there are Anita and Claire Thomas, who are 80-year-old twins. William Rowland is 79, and Peter Dudley is 77.
All right, we're dealing with a lot of
Good
silver
General
foxes.
Armstead was the youngest at 74.
Seems as if he would have had the best chance to outlive the others.
I recall reading something in the Times about a big to-do involving the Tontine survivors on the 18th.
That's correct. The Waterloo anniversary banquet at the Langham Hotel.
Why is the name Armstead familiar?
He was a noted art collector, I believe. He also authored a well-known book, Treasures of the Conquerors.
Quite right. At the time of his death, General Armstead was working on a revised edition for his publisher, Nugget and Company. It was to contain an entirely new chapter on a fabulous diamond called the Polar Star, which at one point belonged to Joseph Bonaparte, Napoleon's brother. The general had new information which traced the gem to its present owner.
Tell me about the circumstances of General Armstead's death.
Oh, yes, of course. Well, let me see. At 10 o'clock this morning, the General's valet, David Sennett, admitted a call to the General's study. Sennett says he did not know the man. He was elderly and spoke with a French accent.
Oh,
Sennett
not a
told him the
French
General
accent.
never saw anyone in the morning while he
It was
at work.
Napoleon. Napoleon was the
Gentleman
murderer.
insisted that if Armstead read the letter he had with him, he would make an exception. And so it was. Sennett took the letter in, Armstead read it, and went quite pale. He told Sennett to let the gentleman in. Sensing something amiss, Sennett dawdled in the area of the study for the next 15 minutes or so.
Right?
Then he heard the distinct sound of swordplay. He tried to enter the study, but found the door locked. Then he heard the crash of breaking glass. He raced to the kitchen and out the back door to enter the study from the garden. By the time he got
But if they're playing with their swords, let them have their private moment.
Heavily against a shattered display case of military miniatures. Before Sennett could assist him,
Oh no!
he dropped a saber from his
He tried
hand
to steal
and
his
fell over
warhammer.
And I take it the
Oh,
letter which so
lads.
upset the general was nowhere to be found.
They had
Correct, Mr. Holmes.
swordplay in front of the
Well,
warhammer
we
minis.
shall put our brains and our feet to the task.
God. Excellent. Let's go. Right, first things first, newspaper time. Okay. Personal. Carl, safe travels. A jewelry box would be appreciated but not expected from Vicky. Hilarious. Sir, to the editor of the Times, I have come to believe that the murders that plague our fair city may very well be tied to the fact that we are no longer God-fearing. Please consider my thoughts on this matter. Your obedient servant, Henry Spurgeon. New books. Strange event. A rather large den of poisonous and uncommon snakes were found within a stone well outside of Whitehall. They were immediately destroyed by the yard. A woman's white shoe was found among them. Is that an Indiana fucking Jones reference? Is that a reference to Indiana Jones? Okay, Gloucestershire Cathedral. A cathedral organ at Gloucestershire, having been rebuilt, was used yesterday. The old organ was built by Charles and Bernitus Harris in 1666. Many old pipes, which are exquisitely ornate, have been incorporated into the new instrument. The handsome oak case remains unaltered. A poisonous snake. New sheep. A man, self-dubbed the pioneer of husbandry, reports his work to have yielded a new species of sheep, which produces superior mutton on a diet of clover. Sir S. Fellows, it should be noted, has made fabricated claims prior. Most recently, the discovery of a device that cures ailments such as baldness. I didn't realise baldness was an ailment. Darren, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome into the stream. Okay, Evanson and Co. gift shop reported a break-in Wednesday night. The lock on the back door had been forced open. Nothing appears to be taken. The safe in the office had not been tampered with. Man found dead at the theatre. Okay, anarchist found dead in room. Doesn't seem anything super interesting on this. Oh, they're doing great, Rain Man. We've put 2 of them away in jail so far. Okay, have we had any deaths? Personal. Missing earrings. Art and entertainment. Russian exhibition. Chamber of Horrors. Man was not born. Okay. To the editor of the Times, sir, with regard to the suggestion that bloodhounds might assist in tracking the Thames murderer, as a breeder of dogs and knowing their power, I have little doubt that had a hound been put upon the scent of the murderer while still fresh, at least on those cases where a body was not actually floating in the water, it might have done what the police have failed in. I have made some experiments in this area myself, but Scotland Yard does not appear interested in my results. But now, when all trace of the scent has been trodden out, it would be quite useless. Meanwhile, as no means of detection should be left untried, it would be well if a couple or so trained bloodhounds, unless trained they are worthless, were kept for a time at one of the police headquarters, ready for immediate use in case their services should be called for. There are doubtless owners of bloodhounds willing to lend them, if any of the police, which I fear is improbable, know how to use them. Okay, New Scotland Yard. Ironical questions have been asked in the House of Commons with regard to the architectural aspect of the building, which is destined to go by the name of New Scotland Yard. They are obviously intended to be the prelude of sharp criticism, and in order that the criticism may be appreciated, that is, justice or injustice, as the case may be followed, it will be no bad thing to inquire into the nature. Oh, it's just crap, isn't it? Sporting. Police murder in Bloomsbury. Disaster at sea. Okay, nothing super interesting here. Got weddings. I'm not getting a lot. There's lots of Russian stuff going on at the moment. The disturbance at the Russian social club. There was something about some kind of fight with Russians in the other. Quite a lot going on. Thames investigation continues. The investigation continues into the series of murders which have been plaguing the Bankside Southwark area during the past several nights. Sunday's murder. I'm not talking political. I'm just.
Was that a Russian circus?
Yeah, it was.
Lion lead.
Is that where the lions have gone breakfast? Cute. Maybe they didn't even die. Maybe they staged their own murder and then joined the circus. Maybe the lions are still alive. Maybe they're still here. Are the lions in the room with us right now? Sunday's murder, the third in the recent outburst of violence, came as a shock to the community. Mr. Charles Attard, a well-known London barrister, was found behind the waterfront warehouse in Upper Ground Street, brutally murdered. He had been shot twice with a large caliber gun. The absence of Attard's wallet points to a possible motive of robbery, but the police have gotten little additional information to the press. Okay. To the editor of the Times, sir,
How dare you accuse the lions of such fraud? They are the victims here.
What if they're involved in fraud, though? Might be a roaring success if they were. Thank you. Oh, really, Rugs? They're always lying. Paying my daily visit to my church, St. Mary's, this afternoon, I was surprised to find the caretaker in a semi-stupefied state. Asking her what the matter was, she told me that a man missing an arm and a leg had just entered the church, and finding her all alone, inquired as to whether I was in the vestry. On receiving a reply in the negative, he said, "I see you are alone." I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that. We won't read it. Is this? Okay. What do we got next? Mail steamer, fatal accident, charges of murder. Oh dear. This is probably relevant, isn't it? To the editor of the Times, sir, will you allow me to ask a question of your correspondents who want to disperse the vicious inhabitants of Flower and Dorset streets? There are no lower streets in London, and if they are driven out of these, where are they to go? The horror and excitement caused by the murder of the Whitechapel outcasts imply a universal belief that they had a right to life. If they had no such right, then it was, on the whole, a good thing that they fell in with an unknown surgical genius. He has made his contribution to clearing the East End of its vicious inhabitants. The typical Annie Chapman will always find someone in London town to... Oh. I don't think we... I don't... Let's just get in with it, shall we? Let's check the regulars. Watson hails the carriage and he and Holmes proceed to the offices of the London Times. Surely Ellis, the editor of the Times, would have some interesting news regarding this case.
Ellis, my good man, what can you tell us about the Tontine story?
Time does take its toll, doesn't it? Back in 1865, the
Going for the high
Times sponsored a
score.
50th anniversary banquet. I'm quite sure I wasn't out of my pram, but I understand there were 204 survivors at the time. Now there are only 6. Pardon me, 5. Now that the poor general has been skewered.
Okay. The young barrister.
Hall's assistant says he's in court and will be there.
General Armstead. Believe I know that name in connection with the Polar Star Diamond. Believe it was once owned by the Russian Count Rostov, some rich old duffer. Towards the end of '87, somebody pinched it.
Do you happen to know who?
Nobody knows for certain, mind you, but the word on the street was the thief was a Frenchie by the name of Andre Martin. Had quite a reputation as a jewel thief, he did, though his reputation was based mostly on rumor. Just before the Polar Star was lifted, he had been seen in St. Petersburg. A few months later, his body was found floating in the Thames.
Drowned?
No.
Oh,
He had
yeah,
been
the Ripper
strangled.
cases are always really
The
like...
crime was never
just
solved,
unpleasant.
and the diamond was never found.
Remember, I didn't like the frog words one. Right, what was his name? Martin Pierre. No. At last, explains Watson, this is just the break we need. Holmes conceals a smile as he follows the good doctor out the door.
I can't believe we came all
Oh.
this way when there are more important things to pursue.
Indeed, Holmes. I don't know what got into us.
I thought it was going to be Andre Martin. Maybe there's someone else called Andre? I suppose he wouldn't have called... Let's go see the Russian embassy. The detective take a quick look in the quick carriage ride to the embassy. Watson naps on the way while Holmes studies today's papers for clues.
Count Rostov, Watson.
Count Rostov, Holmes?
According to the woman at the embassy, he is the only Russian national who has arrived in London in the past few days.
But how will we find him?
He's staying at De Kaiser's Royal Hotel.
However did you deduce that, Holmes?
Elementary, my dear Watson. I asked.
Shall we go to the hotel then? Is it under H for hotel? The intrepid duo hails a carriage, endeavouring to find some leads to De Kaiser's Royal
On my
Hotel.
country in 1890s we were rootin' and tootin' cowboys in
Rootin'
mine
tootin'.
were apparently killing poor people for fun. Wait, that can't be right.
Yes, thank you. The good doctor decides to sit out this one. I'm sure they hit.
Are you from the police?
Were you expecting the police?
I was.
Oh,
my
God, is
valet,
this his
Vladimir,
Russian?
reported to
Oh,
me
my
that
God.
his interview with Pierre Martin was
I am
decidedly
Vladimir.
unproductive, as he was dead when Vladimir arrived.
I see.
This is
Tell
like one
me,
of my accents.
why did he go to see Martin in the first place?
It was in reference to a certain valuable possession of mine that was stolen some years ago by Pierre's brother, Andre. I was in Paris, and I read in the London Times that General Armstead was to revise his very interesting book to include a chapter concerning that possession. Originally, I came here to visit him.
Then how did you discover Martin's whereabouts?
Shall we say, someone made me aware that Martin was also in London, that he was the general source of information. But when the General Armstead was reported dead, I had no other alternative but to pay a call on Martin. So I sent Vladimir, an old man's legs, you understand, to speak with him.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Still no Martin Pierre. Okay. Who are we just talking to? Have we talked to Quentin yet? Holmes sent Watson elsewhere while he himself checks in with Quentin. I think we might have... Yeah. Yeah, we did. Did we? Yeah. Yeah. Although talking with Lestrade is tedious, and the inspector is condescending, Holmes and Watson visit Scotland Yard anyway, hoping the man has done his due diligence in the case and can offer insight.
Do you people have nothing better to do with your time than to interfere in police matters? Well, don't bother with this one. We have the matter under control. I've compiled a list of suspects, which you may not see.
For this?
I intend to ask each one for an alibi, and the suspect unable to supply one is our killer.
Okay.
Quite scientific, really. Now,
STEM-minded.
off with you.
Okay, thank you. Has he given me the list? No, he hasn't. Holmes humours Watson as his insistence to visit the London Library. A fog rolls in. He just works for drugs. He's hoping someone will slip him a bit of opium. Okay, nothing. Cool, that's good. In an effort to determine the cause of death, Holmes sends Watson to discuss the past of the General Armstead.
Can you tell us what did him in, Sir Jasper?
A sword through the heart, a smart upward thrust.
Good chat, good chat. While Holmes is busy elsewhere, he sends the good doctor to discuss the physical evidence in the scene of the crime with the criminologist.
I'm here regarding the Armstead case. I take it this is the saber he had in his hand at the time of his death?
Aye, indeed it is. A lovely thing to behold, isn't
cocaine,
it?
Sorry.
Unfortunately, it yielded very
It
little
does like
evidence.
to be in an opium den.
The
though. I
top
should
half
remember
had
that
traces
from
of dust all along it, indicating it had been unused for quite some time. I did notice on the point a tiny amount of fresh blood. The General must have scratched his opponent. I'm sorry, Whitson. That's all the information to be gathered from this
So we
beautiful
know that his
masterpiece.
opponent has a scratch on him.
En garde!
That's Watson, sir. Watson.
Did you have to do a lot of study for that, Red? The detectives decide to stroll to the office of the records department as Watson insists the fresh air will do the investigation good.
Sorry to disappoint you on this one, Holmes. I can't uncover a bit of incriminating information on a single one of the remaining Tontine ticket holders. All of those who led eventful lives are dead as a result. It appears the survivors have outlasted the others because they have led such quiet lives.
The Societies Club is not a venue that Holmes and Watson frequent, let alone belong.
The good general
wouldn't want anyone
married
to know
into a
that you're just a
considerable
simple loaf
fortune
of bread.
when he took Lord Finch's spinster daughter Mary off his hands.
Good morning. Oh.
Mary's brother, the present Lord Finch, was opposed to the marriage from the very beginning, and there was still considerable friction between him and the general. But through holdings which the general inherited from Mary, he and his former brother-in-law were in business together. Ah, the ironies of life, eh?
Why do you think Malcolm Fitch was so opposed to the marriage?
Well, I'm not sure, but it had something to do with the general's reputation with the ladies. Of course, this was before my time. Now, I'm not certain he can be of any help to you, but you might want to check with my illustrious predecessor, Mr. Lloyd Shoemaker.
I'll make a note of that.
You know, of course, the general wrote a book about art collectors and included some less than chivalrous details about how a few of them had come by their collections. One man, Carson Cabot, a gem collector, was quite incensed by being so named. In fact, he accosted Armstead and fractured the general's collarbone.
I understand that the general was going to include a chapter on the Polar Star diamond in his revised book. Would you happen to know if Cabot had anything to do with that particular gem?
Well, I can't be certain, but being the collector he is, I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't already have it in his possession.
Possession. Right. Let's check on Lloyd Shoemaker. Let's see, Shoemaker. Holmes seems in a hurry as he ushers Watson out of the door towards an encounter with the society columnist.
Langdale Pike told us you might be able to help us.
And how is Langdale these days? Has he lost his job?
Or perhaps you're here to tell me that he's succumbing to some rare disease.
Oh, heavens no. You'll be happy to
sir.
know he's in the very pink of health.
Oh, I'm sure you have no idea how that makes me feel.
Mr. Shoemaker, the reason we're here is to ask about General Farnsworth Armstead and the circumstances of his marriage to Mary Fitch.
Boy math is also a trend.
Have you any recollections that might help us?
Ah, Miss Mary Fitch. As I remember it, Lord Fitch was in a dither to marry off his daughter. Auction off might be more appropriate, actually.
And Armstead was the highest bidder?
Suffice it to say that despite a reputation as a randy dandy, Armstead's career prospects were bright, and that seemed to be enough of a recommendation for Lord Fitch. The girl's brother was very much against the match and did everything he could to break it up.
Sounds like he fancies
Soon
his
after the
sister,
engagement
to be
was
honest.
announced, Armstead went on a tour of duty in France, where he had an affair with a young French girl.
Oh, a randy dandy is.
She became pregnant with his child.
How positively scandalous.
Scandalous. Oh, I wonder if it's Pierre's sister. Who else did they say I needed to go see? Was it Carson?
Can I help you, Mr. Holmes?
I don't know who you
Mr.
are.
Cabot, I'm looking for the murderer of General Farnsworth Armstead. Where were you this morning?
You don't beat around the bush, do you?
Not if I can avoid it.
Well, it so happens I've been at home all morning.
Yes, I can see that.
Well, of course you can.
Either you've been at home all morning, or there's some other good reason why you are still attired in your bedroom slippers.
But, you know, sometimes when you come home, you just put your slips on, right? Okay. Stuart. Yeah, 3 of them. This is the 3rd one. We've made it through 1 and 2 today already. A quick carriage takes Holmes to the rundown pub. Before stepping inside, the consulting detective is rudely bumped into by an intoxicated patron stumbling from the inn.
Bloody shame it was about General Armistead's death.
How touching, Shinwell. You're really grieved to see him pass on.
Well, sure, I had me money on him. I should have trusted me instincts and gone with one of the ladies.
Captain Jurgens doesn't seem to have had much of a following, even at 25 to 1.
Nah, that's just
Roland
Booth Lacey and his
Dudley.
cronies, and that's really a sentimental bet. You see, Jurgens is Lacey's uncle.
Okay. Let's go see Jurgens then. Jurgens. Gift sub collector. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in. Jurgens. Robert. There we go. After hearing about Mr. Jurgens from Inspector Smythe, Holmes grabs his coat and takes a hansom cab to the man's home.
Captain, did you know General Armstead?
Armpit, you say?
Stead. Armstead.
Oh, Armstead. I knew that bloke. A jolly good fellow. Sat next to me at the last shindig back in '65. The 50th anniversary and all that rot. We had a grand old time swapping lies about her adventures on foreign shores. He swore by French.
Armpit, you say?
I argued for the China ladies.
Pardon?
I hope they catch the deck rat who killed him and hang him proper.
Have you seen the General since the 1865 banquet?
I've never seen the General with a blanket.
No, since the banquet.
Oh. No.
May I ask?
This is kind of what it's like talking to my
what
granddad.
are your plans for the Tontine money should you win it?
Spend as much of it as I can while I'm still alive and kicking. Leave the rest of it to the Seaman's Fund when I'm dead.
Oh, Seaman?
Or some people
My
think I
granddad
should
doesn't
leave
talk
it to
about
my
Seaman.
only kin, me nephew, Booth Lacey. I never would, mind you. He's a bit of a laggard, has never done an honest day's work in his life. Could I outlast the others and be found the next day with my skull bashed in, look to Booth. He's sure to be holding the club in his hand.
Hey, he talks to my granddad and he's like, blanket! Who is got a blanket? And you're like, no, granddad, no. I didn't say
Well, I
blanket.
guess we've found the name of the next stream. Captain Badgertail and her roving band of randy
Randy
dandies.
Pixels, thank you. Maybe I'll swap the community name from Weenies to Randy Dandies. Knowing that Lacey may have a connection to this case, Holmes and Watson head off to visit the notorious unreliable scoundrel.
What did you discover, Watson?
He wasn't in, Holmes, though his landlady suggested we might try the Red Bull Inn. The woman practically talked my ear off, went on and on about how Lacey constantly plays up to his uncle, Captain Jurgens, who's one of those old gents with a ticket in the tontine.
Okay.
I thought she'd never hush up.
The Red Bull Inn. Like, gonna be on P for pub or R for Red Bull Inn? Oh, there we go.
I was wondering if you'd seen a Mr. Booth Lacey around here today.
Nope. Must be my lucky day.
Well, then, if it's your lucky day, why not spread some good cheer in the form of a pint and some food to that unfortunate chap standing outside your door? Poor bloke is missing an arm and a leg.
That poor bloke's your one and only Booth Lacey.
Booth Lacey's the
The
murderer?
whole thing's an act. He's as normal as you and me. Spends half his time begging out front and the other half swindling folks down at London Bridge Station.
Right, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna try and get a fucking high score, lads. I'm gonna try.
No,
I know who it
gentlemen.
is. Wait.
You haven't done a thorough enough job of investigating
though.
yet. Do continue your
I
sleuthing.
know who it was. It was Booth. Because he was in the paper. He killed that other lady as well. His motive's just to get the money, right?
Is there any mention of the tontine fund in the General's will?
None. It simply states that Farnsworth Armstead's entire estate is to be used to form the Armstead Foundation, an organization to be dedicated to the study of military history.
Hmm. Okay.
Would you care for some tea?
Thank you, no.
It's really quite good.
Best
we were
wigs.
just going to have some ourselves.
I really won't be staying long.
We get visitors so seldom.
Did you know the
Oh, they're
General?
kind of cute.
We suppose he was at the
Yes,
last
good
anniversary
morning.
banquet. But we don't believe we ever met him. We were so sorry to hear of his death. It is such a pity.
Well, so, I imagine
Yeah,
you
they're
ladies
twins.
have thought about what you'd do if you won the tontine money.
We have no living relatives, so there's no one
to share it with should we win.
We need very little to get by on. Undoubtedly, we would leave it to
The Ladies' League for the Preservation of Finches.
These are cute, isn't it? Lovely. Lovely, lovely. Right. Who are we looking for now? Bank of England?
Could you tell us exactly how much the tontine prize money amounts to at this time?
The tontine fund, with interest accruing for the past 75 years, amounts to just shy of £3 million.
Quite a tidy sum, I'd say.
Oh, big money, eh? The bank? This bank? Right, That's me, Rain Man. I never let anyone finish a sentence. It is me.
This
Now, what can I be doing for you, Governor?
I'm working with Sherlock Holmes. We're looking into the unfortunate death of General Farnsworth Armstead.
Oh, of course. I've just come off a job, I have. My apologies for not looking me usual spit-polished self.
Oh, don't bother. I hardly noticed.
Make yourself at home. I wish the missus were here to offer up some tea.
That's quite all right. I won't keep you long.
Heard about the general. Didn't know him, of course. Had no cause to wish him harm, tontine or no. But I've got to look at it philosophical-like. I'm the youngest now, so I've got the best chance of lasting the longest.
Who else was there? Oh, shit. Well, that could stay on the floor then. Ba-ba-ba. Ladies' League of Finches?
I can't.
No. Okay. There was no reason to go to the Finch place. Fair enough. Do you think I can go? Should we try?
I
just haven't done a thorough enough job yet. Okay. I won Andrew Martin. Martin was later found dead. Holmes and Watson visit the Russian embassy. Visited. Let's go to the French embassy. Why don't we? Under E for embassies, yeah. French embassy. Might provide some value to their investigation.
Farney and I spent over a year quartered together in France in War College. We became the best of friends.
Did you know much of the General's personal life at the time?
He always put the rest of us to shame in the matters of love. Said it was because we had no horse face to spur us on.
Did the General have a passion for horses?
Mon Dieu, no. He was engaged to a terribly unattractive woman by the name of Mary Fitch. Behind her back, that's what he called her. Horseface.
How dreadful. Whatever became of her?
She eventually became Mrs. Armstead and brought her great fortune to the marriage. I believe that Farney looked upon his stay in France as his last great fling.
Are you saying that there was no particular woman at the time?
I did not say that. There was one, but I never met her. My little flower, he called her. I remember one night he could not sleep. He was slightly drunk, and he kept rambling on about promises that must be kept and promises that couldn't be. Finally, he collapsed on the bed with such sadness in his eyes I will never forget.
Am I supposed to feel sorry for him?
Ma Fleurette, he said. How very touching.
Have you seen much of the General over the years?
We have always maintained our friendship through correspondence, until last week, that is. It was the first time we had seen each other in over 40 years. We had supper, and then went to see the French actor Philippe Arnaud perform. The General commented that my presence beside him while French was being spoken reminded him of the old days.
So your visit went well?
Exceedingly well.
Can you think of anything that might have been troubling him?
No, the General was in excellent spirits. He joked about the upcoming Tontine celebration at the Langham, and he was very enthusiastic about the new information concerning the Polar Star. In fact, this week he was supposed to meet with a countryman of mine about it. It is hard to believe that my good friend is gone.
I am interested to go see this guy.
I've rung the bell a half dozen times and no one has come to the door.
Really, Watson? Next time I would appreciate it if you would thoroughly research your leads before you ask me to come along.
I'd like to know where this guy is then. I think this is important. He's important. Remember the famed French company? I wonder if he's at a theatre. I wonder if any of the theatres. Can't remember what the theatre. Did he say what theatre they'd gone to? We could try the Russian Social Club as well.
Well, he certainly was a
No, okay. Fair enough. I'm looking for a theatre. Good music. Did he say what theatre they went to? Could try the hotel as well. Maybe we try.
How fortunate that Inspector Lestrade authorized the hotel manager to allow us to search Philippe Arnaud's room.
Perhaps we can return the favor and solve a case for him someday. Today, for example. Let's look around.
How strange that a man who requires a cane would leave without it.
Perhaps he doesn't require it for walking.
Look here at the handle. What? Well, that could certainly give a fellow a start.
Precisely, Watson. Look here. It appears to be a letter.
Looks quite old. It's addressed to Captain Armstead, 12th Hussars. Shall I read it?
Please do.
Dearest, how I hated you for leaving me, but the child, our child, eased my heartache and muted the hate. Now my sweet baby is dead. How cruel that the innocent must suffer for the sins of others. Now I have nothing. Now I am nothing. I cannot bear the pain. Goodbye, I love you still, Fleurette. How tragic. Why, perhaps this is the very letter that the General read.
Good thinking, Watson.
Okay. Ah, theatre. There we go.
I can't...
No. Wrong theatre. I don't want... Oh, maybe this theatre? No. We haven't been to the scene of the
General
crime yet.
leaning over the display case. He had his saber in hand, the one that usually resides above the fireplace.
I understand he was a collector of military figures.
Yes, the display in the study shows the last great British charge that swept the French from Waterloo.
Is there any significance to the fact that the figure of Napoleon is facing backward?
How strange. Perhaps I should go and set it straight.
No, don't touch it. Not until the police have concluded their investigation.
Oh, yes, of course.
I also noticed the portrait over the display case.
The late Mrs. Armstead.
Do I detect a note of hostility?
I must admit we did not get on very well.
Well,
But I might say that
he
Mrs.
kept calling her
Armstead did not
ugly.
get on very well with anyone.
It's because everyone kept calling her ugly.
You mean they didn't marry for love?
Hardly. Lord Fitch, Mrs. Armstead's father, arranged the match. Her dowry was very generous. Lord Fitch would have paid any amount to ensure that he would not be left with a spinster daughter, especially
I feel
such
fucking
a
bad for
nasty
this lady.
If there was no love lost between them, why did he keep her portrait in his study?
Actually, it was put up there to needle Mrs. Armstead's brother, the present Lord Fitch. He never approved of the marriage. Even after her death, they were involved with mutual business affairs. They jointly owned stock or some such thing.
Tell me, do you know what the General was doing at the time the intruder arrived?
Yes, he was working on the new section of his book, the part that concerns the gem, the Polar Star. It was very interesting, really. It traces the ownership of the gem to the brother of Napoleon, to the Russian Count Rostov. Unfortunately, the gem was stolen from the Count 3 years ago. As a matter of fact, the General just received a letter from a Pierre Montan, who said that he was willing to divulge the name of the present owner of the gem for the agreed-upon fee.
Do you know where Mr. Montan might be found?
I believe he's staying at the Bridge House Hotel.
Did the General have any encounters with anyone out of the ordinary in the past several days?
Not really. An old friend of his has been in town, Jean-Paul Gerard. Neither the General nor I have seen him in 40
We've
years.
spoken to that guy already.
In fact, they were going to meet this afternoon at the French embassy.
We've been there.
I'm obviously curious about the General's last visitor. Could you describe him, please?
He was an old man, a rather short fellow. He walked with a cane and carried a carpetbag.
Did he give a name?
No. He simply wanted to see the General, and he handed me a letter to take in to him.
Did you read it?
No. It was in an envelope, rather yellowed with age, though I noticed it was addressed in a graceful hand to Captain Armstead, 12th Hussars, the General's old regiment.
So it's
When
an
the General
old
read
letter
it,
from that
he
lady
went
that he
very
had.
pale. Then he asked me to admit the gentleman.
Okay.
Tell me, when you finally got into the room from the garden, were the study doors still locked?
Yes.
I noticed that there is an 8-foot fence surrounding the garden, and that the only way into the garden or out of it is through the kitchen door or the study.
How terribly observant, Holmes.
I mean, that didn't really tell me anything, Holmes, I'll be honest. Right, we wanted to go see the Bridge Hotel. Bridge House Hotel.
How in the world did you hear about it so soon, Mr. Holmes? The body's still warm. Couldn't have happened more than 10 minutes ago.
Body? What body?
Well, the one what's upstairs in 203.
We're here for something else, actually. Looking for Pierre Martin.
Well, that's the very fellow what was done in.
Well, tell me, young man, do you know what transpired?
Well, Mr. Martin checked into the hotel on the 8th. He was a Frenchman. I didn't speak to him much.
Who discovered the body?
I did. Well, I came along to his room to deliver a wire. Here it is, sir.
That's an invasion of personal
Information
privacy.
still valuable. See me, Wells, Osborne, Norgate and Company, publishers. Tell me, did you see anyone suspicious hanging about?
No. No, sir. Well, actually, now that I think about it, there was a rather large man with a foreign accent, Russian, I think. He said that he wasn't sure about the address and that he'd only just arrived in London. He asked for Mr. Martin, and I sent him straight up. Well, he was rather well-spoken and well-mannered. I didn't think anything of it at the time. A few minutes later, he came down. He was practically running. I saw him go out the front door and hail a cab.
Was there anything amiss in the room?
I'll say. An inkwell was toppled on its side.
Oh,
Left
my
an awful mess
goodness.
on the carpet.
Not the
Big
inkwell.
blue spots and inky footprints right the way to the door. The manager will be in a fret when he sees it. Fortunately, there was no blood.
Perhaps he was strangled.
Okay. So we wanted to go to the publishing. Osborne Wells Publishing.
I can't.
Oh, no, okay. Was that, is it P for, under P for publishing? Norgate. Yeah, Tangle. Norgate. Having read the Times, the efforts of Norgate and Company publish General Armstead's account, The Polar Star Gem, Holmes is most eager to hear what Wells and Osborne has to say.
General Armstead's book has been a very
Yeah,
controversial
been
subject from the
tangled.
start.
I understand the original publication caused quite a stir among the public.
Yes, indeed.
Last thing he heard.
You know, of course,
Read
that many
was
of
that.
the treasures listed in the book had, in fact, been stolen by their present owners.
Oh, wow,
That
what a
revelation
fabulous
caused quite a
moustache.
sensation, and we were delighted. The more libel suits that were pressed against us, the more the book sold.
May I ask why the General chose to revise an already successful book?
There was one piece of critical information missing from the first edition. It was the whereabouts of a fabulous diamond called the Polar Star.
Seems to be a very popular gem.
Indeed. So you can imagine his excitement when last March he received a letter from a Frenchman by the name of Pierre Martin, who claimed to know where the diamond was. He had even provided a detailed description of how the gem was stolen from its last known owner, a Russian fella, a Count Rostov. He said the thief was an Englishman.
Might you know his name?
Martin wouldn't tell unless we paid. As I understand, he was in town a day or so
Yeah,
ago.
he's already dead.
And had tried to set up a meeting with the general. Unfortunately, I don't believe they had a chance to meet.
Okay, I've actually got a guess already, if they will let me try. I've got a guess.
No, gentlemen.
Oh.
You haven't done a thorough enough job of investigating yet. Do continue your sleuthing.
I had a guess. I have a guess. Okay. Where are we going then? What's my guess? I think Matan killed, Great.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Happy Tuesday, Craig. I think Matan killed the general, and then the Russians killed Matan. That's my guess. Should we try the different hotel?
It seems none of the staff knows anything about Armstead's demise. The manager was rather grateful I told him the news. Says
Shave
now
my
they can count
chops.
on one less place setting at the
Oh,
banquet.
wow.
Well, I suppose it was a good thing we stopped here, Watson.
She wasn't having it and refused to entertain it. Oh dear. I've been trying to convince Greg to grow out a mustache. I'm stuck a little bit. I don't know where they'd like me to go next, and I don't want to start because this guy's dead.
I can't.
Maybe the Russian social club?
Well, he certainly...
No, okay. Maybe the Somerset.
Is there any mention of the Tontine Fund in the General's will?
None.
I
It
have
simply
visited the
states
scene
that
of crime.
Farnsworth Armstead's entire estate is to
have.
be used to form the Armstead Foundation, an organization to be dedicated to the study of military history.
I'm thinking maybe I've missed one of the old people. I'm gonna go to... Is it Porky? Porky
Bloody
gives me the
shame
list.
it was about General Armistead's death.
How touching, Shinwell. You're really grieved to see him pass on.
Well, sure, I had me money on him. I should have trusted me instincts and gone with one of the ladies.
Captain Jurgens doesn't seem to have had much of a following, even
I
at
don't think we've
25
been
to
to
1.
Roland.
That's just Booth Lacey and his cronies, and that's really a sentimental bet. You see, Jurgens is Lacey's uncle.
So we want to go see...
Been laid up for 2 weeks now with this blasted gout. Such a nuisance. Have to be carted about by my valet.
Perhaps you
We
should
tell
try
him about
avoiding
our
those rich
diarrhea.
foods.
Awfully sensible. But I always say might as well eat what you want now, because who knows what they'll be serving upstairs.
Oh, quite so.
Mr. Roland, did you know General Armstead?
Not personally. I knew of him, of course. Our little group has become quite small.
Do you think they put gel to make his head
Terrible about his death. Me, I hope to die at the dinner table.
Provided that doesn't happen any time in the near future. Tell me, if you won the Tontine, what would you do with all that money?
There's a question to titillate the imagination. I've played around with that one every day for the past 20 years.
And?
I'm still working on it.
I understand that you have 2 sons in America and a daughter in London.
That's right. My sons own a very lucrative import company, and my daughter's married to a fine lad, Wentworth Cobbett. Though he is a bit of a starving poet.
Right. Wentworth Cobbett.
I'm terribly sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Holmes. I was finishing up my work.
What sort of work?
Wentworth is a poet. He works every day at his art from 10 until 1 in the afternoon. Never misses a day.
Never.
If the world were to end at noon, Wentworth would not know about it until 1.
Now, what can I do for you, Mr. Holmes?
Did you know General Armstead?
Yes, I believe he is
I like
one
his
of the
very
Tontine
70s
ticket holders, is he
cravat.
not?
Yes, he was. He was murdered this morning.
How ghastly.
Depending on your point of view. It does put your father-in-law that much closer to winning.
What a demonic thought, wouldn't you say? To rejoice in the untimely death of another for one's own gain. Ask not for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee.
Bong. Okay. Well, I don't think they did it. Who else did we not have seen? Go see Porky again. Porky's got the list.
Bloody shame it was about
Bloody
General Armistead's
shame.
death.
How touching, Shinwell. You're really grieved to see him pass
For
on.
who the bell tolls.
Sure, I had me
for
money
it
on
tells
him.
For thee.
I should have trusted me instincts and gone with one of the ladies.
Peter
Captain
Dudley, I don't think
Jurgens
we've
doesn't
seen.
seem to have had much of a following, even at 25 to 1.
Dudley and Jurgens.
That's just
I don't
Booth
think we've seen.
Lacey.
Dudley.
Now what can I
Oh, we have seen you. Bye. Dudley and Jurgens.
Captain.
Oh, we've been to this guy. I feel like I've seen everyone. Can I do it now, sir?
No, Jeff.
No. Okay, cool. No. They'd let me just solve things immediately and impulsively because I might get it right.
I quit.
Well, we're back to
We understand you were
There's a
summoned at
man.
Lord Fitch's residence this morning.
Quite right.
I had no idea
received the
that you were
message at
summoned.
around 9 o'clock and arrived at their home by 10. Lord Fitch met me at the door.
Okay, cool. I had no idea. Good. Who's Lord Fitch? I don't think I've spoken to them yet. Malcolm.
I admit I strongly disliked Armstead. He was a cad who made my sister's life miserable. I argued at length with my father against the marriage, but to no avail.
But what was your sister's opinion at the time?
Well, unfortunately, Mary was not the attractive sort who had scores of suitors.
What?
My father
is
was afraid she'd be
everyone
left
being-
a spinster. The engagement was arranged just before Armistead went to France. During the year he was gone, I had him watched and discovered he was in the thick
Never
of some
know for
scandal
whom.
involving
Never
a young
send to know
French
for whom
girl.
the bell tolls. It tolls.
And you
for
told
whom.
your father? Well, he wouldn't listen. I even
Why-
went so
why
far
didn't
as to
the
give the
bell
story to
before
the
Caligula?
newspapers. But my father got wind of it and used his influence to prevent its publication. I would have done anything to keep my sister away from that man.
Including murder?
Why, that's preposterous. Well, surely you don't think...
No, I don't think. Because
I
she
was
was already
scheduled to
dead.
meet with Armstead today. But you see, my wife took ill. I spent the whole morning attending to her here until Dr. Ainstree arrived at around 11 o'clock.
And he confirmed that, right?
We understand you were summoned at
I
Lord
just wanted to
Fitch's
check.
residence this morning.
Quite right. I received the message at around 9
9.
o'clock and arrived at their home by 10.
Okay.
Lord Fitch met me at the door.
Well, it's slightly inconsistent, but an hour here or there is fine, I suppose. I guess we'll just keep going down. Nope.
She wondered.
Nope. We've already been here. Thank you.
I've rung.
Not here. He's dead, I think, already.
This seemed to.
Dead end. Banks of England. We've already been to the Bank of England.
Oh, look.
He's not here. All right. Next.
This seemed.
Dead end. All right. I don't think we need to go take a bath right now, but let's go.
Can I help you?
We've already spoken to you. Thank you. More baths.
I.
And a press.
I can't.
Look, you've missed. We did this for every case. When we run out of leads, this is how. It's like real life, right? This is what detectives do. We've spoken to you already. You can do it quite quickly.
Oh, look.
Not there. The game does glitch if you do it too many times, though.
I question.
Okay, not here.
Oh, look.
Nope. Oh, dear. We went twice. Never mind. Drury Lane. Nope. Didn't find the Muffin Man either. We've been to Peter Dudley already. I'm excited and happy to be here. There's been a murder, and we need to solve it. There's a murder, and there's a
Well,
a thievery, a thieving. We've already been there. We've been to all the embassies. Nope. Next, a burglary.
I question.
Have you seen the Muffin Man?
Oh, look.
Who lives on Drury Lane?
Well.
Maybe I should see if he'll let me. Hang on. Let's see if the judge will let me.
No, Judge.
No. Okay. No. All right. Where do we get up to? Fitch? We've already been to see Fitch. Have we seen Francis? All right. No. Frederick. No. Next. What about you?
She wondered.
No. Sydney. You.
Well, he.
No. Gilbert.
This seemed to.
Nope. Goff. No. Goldini.
Well, the food smelled absolutely wonderful, but no one was able to give any information that may have been useful for
Oh.
solving this case.
Well, it had a custom splash screen at least. Edward.
Hall's assistant says he's in court and will be there all day.
Okay. Theatre. I think we've already been to this theatre. No. Hog. We've already seen Quent. Have we been to Hog?
General.
Yeah, we have. Right, thank you. Bridge House Hotel. We've been to all of these hotels. Next. I'm just being thorough, okay? No. Imperial Theatre. I think we've already been here. Yeah.
I can't.
No.
Well, he. Oh, look.
What did I... Oh dear, I clicked. Where were we?
Well,
What?
I question.
What? Where?
Oh, look.
Where? I'm going to reach the exact same resonance as this violin. Where?
Well.
Where? Where?
Oh, look.
Where? We've already been to you. All right. Where?
Oh, look.
Where?
I've run.
Where?
She wondered.
Where?
I question.
Where? Where?
Oh, look.
Where? Oh, look. Where?
What did you discover, Watson?
Oh!
He wasn't in, Holmes,
Oh.
though his landlady suggested we might try the Red Bull Inn.
Oh. I think we've already been to the Red Bull Inn. I mean, we can go again.
I was wondering.
Yeah. Where? We have already been there. Okay. Is it really going to be... Oh, shit. Where? Sometimes it breaks. Where?
Do all Brits have violin that follows them around
Yeah,
like
we
this, or is
do.
it a game thing?
No.
one is doing so murdery.
I see you still make your living by strapping your arms and legs behind
my God,
you
we
and
weren't-
fooling the poor public out of its tuppence.
Man's got to make a living somehow.
We weren't
What
even
can I
going to
do
come
for you,
here.
Holmes?
How were we
I
supposed to
want
know
to
he
ask
was
you
here?
about the murder of General
Thank
Armstead.
General who?
Really, Lacey. Perhaps you can fool some of the public some of the time, but you can never fool Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, that General Armstead.
Where were you at 10 o'clock this morning?
Where else would I be? I was at church.
You, Lacey, at church. It hardly seems likely.
I swear, at St. Mary's. They pass out soup and bread every morning at 9:30. The father will vouch for me. You can even ask him.
I may just do precisely that.
Right, St. Mary's Church. Off we go.
I was wondering, Father, if you happen to know a man by the name of Booth Lacey.
I should say that I do. I see him every morning.
At Vespers?
Wish that it were. No, at our soup kitchen. We can pray for the unfortunates of this world, certainly, but we can also offer them a little sustenance of a more nourishing kind. Every morning at 9:30, our doors are thrown open to those less privileged than ourselves. And every morning, without fail, Booth Lacey is here.
You're certain of that?
I am. You see, with only one arm, he needs someone to carry his bowl to the table. Invariably, I am that someone.
But he doesn't just have one arm, though. We already know we know that he has two arms. Can I?
No.
Okay. Where am I? Where did we get up to? Lacey. Okay.
Oh, look.
We're back to this.
Can you tell us what did him in, Sir Jasper?
Oh, we've heard it. But he's already... So he's got two arms and he's got two legs. He just straps them back to make it look like he doesn't have them.
Well... I'm here regarding...
Oh, we've already spoken to you. Pretty sure we've already spoken to the London Times.
Ellis, my good man, what can you tell us about the Tontine story?
I already spoke.
Time does take its toll, doesn't it? Back in 1865...
Nope. We've already spoken to you.
Oh, look.
We've already been here. Piss.
General...
Sorry.
She wondered...
Sorry to disappoint you on this one, Holmes. I can't uncover a bit of incriminating information on a single one of the remaining Tontine ticket holders.
CBT,
All of those who led eventful lives are dead as a result.
Thank you
It
very
appears
much.
the survivors have outlasted the others because they have led such quiet
quiet
lives.
lives. We've already been here. We've already spoken to this guy.
Well, he certainly was a...
Hall's assistant says he's in...
Well... I question why we have come... Oh, look.
Oh, Porky, right.
Well...
Oh, no.
She wondered why
I
I
hope
had
people
disturbed
hear the
her, Holmes.
wowing outside
Maybe...
their door. Have I spoken to you yet?
She wondered... Oh, look.
You hear it? You sure? I think we've already spoken to you.
The good gen...
Yeah, I have. Thank you.
Ah, but you see Philippe perform. My nephew is
See?
an artist.
If you ram your head up
He
against the
managed to
door enough,
portray
so I'm gonna let you in.
Napoleon from age 19 until his last days on the island of Savarnay. You would swear 5 different actors playing the part, but no, it is only Philippe.
How do
aging
I
before
do
your
it?
eyes. At 48,
Modern day
he's
Sherlock
the
Holmes.
toast of the continent.
You seem rather young to be the uncle of a 48-year-old man.
Does he?
I am but 8 years older than Philippe, though I can assure you I am his uncle.
I don't mean to
You
be
might
rude.
say that our family has a history of late arrivals. Philippe's father was 25 years older than myself, and Philippe's poor
can take
sister
Viagra
was
for that.
15 years older than he.
Later
Why
on.
do you say poor?
She died many years ago under tragic circumstances.
Tragic.
In fact, her mother was so upset over her daughter's death that she was put into an asylum. We received word yesterday from the asylum that she had also passed away. It upset Philippe very much.
See, I
Resurrecting
told
old
you it was
ghosts,
him.
as
I
you
knew it
might
was
say.
him.
But we have been playing for enthusiastic audiences for several weeks. As we say in the business, the show must go on. And Philippe
I
is a
did
trooper.
know
He
why.
would never allow it to affect
I
his
did know that Philly's
Can you tell us where
sister
Philippe Arnaud
was
is
the
this
one
morning?
that
We should
was
like very much to meet him.
hanky-panky
Well, he is
by
not here now.
Captain
Our
Arnold.
company is staying
And then
at the
when
Grand
he-
Hotel.
they
However,
killed him.
I believe today he is visiting the National Gallery.
Oh, great.
But if you would come back this evening, I will have tickets awaiting, and after the show, you're welcome to come backstage and meet him.
Are we sure I haven't wowed outside? I feel like I've already wowed outside the National Gallery. See, look, I reckon if I go,
I can't believe
I've already wowed outside there. Can I now answer, Judge?
Hear ye, hear ye.
Yeah!
The Queen's Court now stands in order.
Whoa. 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 Whoa.
Pixels, thank you. Whoa! Whoa!
I see we have the pleasure of your company, Mr. Holmes. Terribly sorry, gentlemen, that is not at all correct.
Yes, it fucking is. Yes, it is.
Here.
It is correct.
I see we have the pleasure of your company, Mr.
Nathan.
Holmes. I
Is it
understand you've been investigating
was
the
it?
murder of General Farnsworth Armstead.
That's correct, my lord.
Oh, is
and
it?
I
Oh,
believe I
no.
have solved the
Let's see
case.
that.
Do
Yeah,
you
you
now?
go.
A brilliantly logical deduction, Mr.
To avenge
Holmes.
the honor
Thank you,
of
my
his
lord.
sister.
Now tell us. Now, tell me, gentlemen, what was the general trying to say when he turned round the
His
figure of
murderer was portraying Napoleon. Yeah. What did the general
Rather
call
clever,
Mary
old boy, what?
Fitch? Horseface. I don't see
The
how
man
this
who
is
keeps
relevant.
his wits about him to the last has my
Why is
undying
this
admiration.
relevant?
I was wondering, just for the
Why is
record,
this relevant?
could you tell us what the general used to call his wife?
Why is this relevant? They're like, could we just insult his really fucking ugly wife just once more? You just, just to remind you that she was really ugly.
Well, you've done an admirable job in resolving this mystery. I'd say you're on a par with just about any other armchair detective out there. I would suggest, however, that you rethink this case again, thereby improving your sleuthing skills.
Wild Larsware. Well, I think that was pretty comparable. I think I nearly got the highest score in the game. Nearly.
You say you've come up
Bigger
with a
number
solution, and
means
yet you
better.
sit there calmly cleaning your meerschaum. Please, Holmes, tell me what you've uncovered.
Of course, Watson. It's quite simple, really. The most intriguing fact about this murder was the method. Mr. Sennett's report that he heard the distinct sound of swordplay struck me as most odd. It suggested an affair of honor. At General Armstead's home, my suspicions were confirmed. The old letter addressed to Captain Armstead, a rank he'd held some 40 years ago, suggested that it must have concerned something from the past, something that was clearly upsetting to him. That was the reason for the duel.
But how can you be so sure there was a duel?
Simple reasoning, my dear Watson. The general had time to place his chair against the wall, climb upon it, and retrieve a saber. The murderer allowed him to arm himself. A duel is the only event that fits with the facts.
Are you sure the caller carried a sword? I thought all he had with him was a carpet bag and a cane.
Perhaps it only appeared to be a cane.
Ah, yes.
The intruder was described as an old man, yet he left the premises over an 8-foot wall. Clearly, he was in disguise and carried off the ruse with enough expertise to completely fool the general's manservant. The carpet bag must have been used as the receptacle of the disguise when it was no longer needed.
Positively clever of you, Holmes. But what made you think it was Arnaud?
Well, since we were looking for someone adept at the art of disguise, Gerard's mention of the actor Philippe Arnaud struck
because he
a
was
chord.
French.
Also,
He's the other French guy.
Arnaud plays Napoleon. No small coincidence.
What are you getting at, Holmes?
When the general turned round at the figure of Napoleon, he was trying to tell us that his murderer was Napoleon. Or rather, the actor playing Napoleon, Philippe Arnaud.
So Arnaud killed the general to avenge his long-dead sister's honor. Ah, well, unlike most of our cases, this motive was closer to the heart than to the pocketbook.
Quite so, Watson. When Arnaud's sister Fleurette was an impressionable young girl, she fell madly in love with the dashing English captain. When he left, she took her own life.
So pathetic.
Wait, there's more. Fleurette's grief-stricken mother went mad and was sent into an asylum. Thus, in the twinkling of an eye, little Philippe Arnaud, who was but a child himself, lost both his mother and his sister.
Watson
So
does not have a
sad.
good bedside manner.
I'm sure he was too young to understand the circumstances that caused it.
Yes, but 4 decades later it all became clear when he found a letter written by his sister. It yielded an explanation and a name. Armstead. He came to London armed with that letter and a sword cane.
But he was here for several weeks before he did the deed.
Yes, and he might not have done it at all had it not been for the news of his mother's death. That was the final blow. He went straight away to the general's home to take his revenge. Voila.
Positively brilliant, Holmes. How do you do it?
With his pipe cleaner, of course.
Big claps. Big claps, lads. We did it. We did it. We played every one of them. Well, the ball can only tell you yes or no. Oh, right. Okay, I see. That was $2 million. As I see it, yes. Yes. Some good stuff. Yeah. It's good stuff. I actually quite enjoyed it. That was good. You know, I don't know whether I'd give it a 5 out of 5. I'm not sure I'd say this was the perfect game, the pinnacle of gaming. But it was, you know, it was gaming. It was, it was definitely gaming. Yeah, I thought it was good. It was good. Gaming did happen. And we gamed. We're gamers. D-Gen, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in. Right, lads. Shall we raid France? Number 1. And number 2, come back tomorrow at 1 to play Shrek 2. How does that sound? Yeah? We all up for Shrek? I hear you're like, oh, Badger, yes, I can't wait to play Shrek. Yeah? We're up for Shrek. Everybody, get yourselves up for Shrek. From what year? No idea. Not yet. No idea when the Shrekkening happened, but we will be back for it. Shall we raid Frask? Because I need to poop again. Apparently my bowels have decided that this is the time for pooping, is straight after stream. Apparently I'm fairly regular. Right. I will see you lads tomorrow. You have a wonderful, wonderful evening. Thank you very much for being here for Sherlock Holmes. It's a victory poop. It's a victory. Wow. Thank you very much for coming, lads. Thank you very much. I will see you tomorrow. Now you have a great day. Have a great day. Have a great poop. I hope your bowels are as regular as apparently mine are. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow. And everyone who's watching the VOD, I hope you're enjoying yourself. I hope you good VOD. Good VOD. See you in the next one.